Hey guys, do me a favor. See if you can't find someone that runs a team and get them in here like ASAP, because I want to make sure to join a team before this thing levels up too fast. Like, I've been on for like 15 seconds and we're level 2. Do me a favor. If you know anybody running a team, send them in here real quick so I could just get on the team before it level. Because there's like, if it goes too far, like if you level up too far, then you can't join a team. So before this levels up too far, if you know anybody running a team or recruiting, send them my way real quick. Thanks. What's up, Katrina? Finley, TS Fan, Julie, Franny, Tink. And I've kind of just like, I don't care anymore. Like, I'm just gonna put it this way. I'm gonna do what I want, or I'm not. I'm either able to do what I want, I don't really see the point. Like, life is supposed to be about doing what you want. You know, like, what on earth? For me, I don't see a single breath of oxygen as worth it if I'm not doing what I want with every breath as much as possible. You know? So that's what I do. As much of what I want as possible. Within proper parameters. You know. So, I'm gonna get me some white strips, in case anybody's wondering. Took a few photos, and I smoked for 4 months, and my teeth are like 5 shades darker, and I'm disgusted. I'm so disgusted. But I'll take care of it. And now the rest of it, as far as the chipping and stuff, that's also just, you know, what do you call it, wear and tear for the past couple of years that weren't supposed to happen. So I got proper compensation coming my way for that. So I'll get my teeth all nice and fixed up. Probably get a nose job. I'm in one of the only places I could get a nose job and not get made fun of. So that'll be nice. Probably get my eyebrows done too. Not even kidding. I'm tired of like everybody saying my eyebrows are like bushes. So I got my list. Checking it twice. Come on, that was funny. Yeah, so when we're ready, I think it'd be really cool to move beyond like the who's going to challenge me next mentality and move into like the copacetic, you know, like peaceful ecosystem type thing that I would like to have going on. Because sometimes people will come and I'll be like, I don't do that. And they're like, that's what we all do. I'm like, you're not a part of we if you think that's what we do. Just saying. The real we you're referring to is like people that get along. Because there are some of us that actually like to get along. If you're looking to cause issues, well, you're going to have to take it somewhere else. Just saying. I'm kind of the guy that stands between those two, trying to keep everybody getting along. The people that like to butt heads and the people that don't. I don't like to. I will for a good paycheck in an arena where people have respect, but it's very rare nowadays to find that. So for the most part, I hang out over here. Catherine, thanks for the follow. So I now have data and 2 phones, 2 operating systems, which is good. What's up, Carlos? Good to see you too, dude. Yo, California's perfect. I was just talking to my buddy on the phone. Let me tell you something. So much of the country is like, they house illegals, they frickin' put people in houses for free, cost us tax money. But let me tell you something about California. Before you complain about all the stuff that's working, come to California, drive down the street, ride a bicycle down the street, or walk down the street, and you will see clean streets. You will see barely any construction. You will see sidewalks that are actually smoother than the road. You will see bicycle lanes, designated bicycle lanes. You will see just like people not running each other off the road. People with respect. People with patience. People that actually put in effort to get along. When I tell you crossing the border into California was like going into another country, I hate to say it, but I'm being serious. It is entirely different here. Entirely different than anywhere else in the country. I can't say anything about Alaska or Hawaii. Never been there. But the other 48 states, it is literally a kind of its own. And they're pretty good at keeping people here that deserve to be here and making sure people can't stick around that don't deserve to be here. So what I'm saying is, if you're somebody that wants to get along and knows how, come here. It's actually freaking amazing. So, and just even over the past couple of weeks, I've just been able to like calm down and be able to de-stress from so much I'd been through on my way here. And it really is paradise here. It really is. Now you have to be hardworking, and you have to be somebody that actually, you gotta have some of your own goals and whatnot. It's not just a place where you could just come and freeload, believe it or not. Even people that are on assistance and whatnot, you gotta contribute to society somehow. But as long as you're not a freeloader and you're not a troublemaker, it's a pretty good place to be. But if you are a freeloader or a troublemaker, I would not recommend coming here, because there's only 2 places you'll end up: prison or somewhere else. So if you're trying to start a new life and actually build something for yourself, California really is the perfect place to do it. And it's not my first time here either, by the way, but it is my first time since COVID. And I have to say, I am highly impressed. Like, California continues to improve. No matter what happens, it just keeps getting better. So, NYC, thanks for the follow. It's okay. Welcome to the broadcast. And for future reference, I am in public, so if you hear anybody talking or anything like that, unless you see me address somebody or having a conversation with somebody, there isn't anybody talking to me. So no matter what you hear, like I said, unless I'm having a conversation with somebody, it's not pertaining to us here in the broadcast. We got 2:42 to the broadcast, and I'm just getting my stuff charged, and then we're going to go sit outside for a little while. And then I'm going to get myself either some mac and cheese, or I've been craving that broccoli cheddar soup for a while. I'm proud of myself. I won't do the bread bowl as much as I want to. The bread bowl is delicious, don't get me wrong. It's kind of amazing. But so many carbs. And I can talk about carbs, and it's okay. It's okay to talk about carbs. My God. Oh, I miss normal. This is wonderful. Okay. I could talk about carbs, and I don't have to worry about an inbox full of comments. Yay. It's going to take me a while to get into the groove of things, but I will. I'm not going anywhere. This is home. And like I said, one thing that I will say about California is when they take a liking to somebody, even if there's anybody trying to pull them away, they'll look out for you. I was across the country when I had beautiful, amazing people here keeping me safe. And now that I'm here, I'm not going anywhere. And if you guys want me to come visit or to, come see you wherever you might be at, or, come see where you're from, we'll talk about it. But it's going to start with me feeling safe enough to come visit. Is when things got to a certain magnitude of viewership, I have to tell you, it's gotten a little uncomfortable. But I'm after I just recuperate and feel, a little more safe to come out and about more than I will. Like I'm sitting in public right now. Kind of have to, just because I'm out of data. But I'll come around. I will. I just got to make sure that I'm not going to be having people dumb enough trying to take advantage of me, like outside this, outside of here. I just, I had to be a real serious guy for about 2 years. And when I say that it changed me, I'm saying that it's not a matter of being ashamed or not, because it wasn't really like something to be ashamed of. I just had to stand up for myself. So but what I'm saying is I don't have any feelings about it. And I'm talking about the past 2 years. I'm not talking about before, mistakes I made. But past 2 years, I've just done whatever it took to stay alive. And I kept it to the minimum, whatever it took to stay alive. And now it's about building up. So I'm just being as patient as possible. I have a lot of people that, make some pretty hefty decisions who don't know the pain, haven't experienced it. There's a lot of people that simulate experiences or tell themselves that they understand when they don't. And unfortunately, even, in the more deep processes of life, we have people like that who, it doesn't matter what walk of life you're in. I will tell you, whether it's things that you see or don't see going on in society, things that you understand or don't understand, it's all the same. It really is, actually. It's just different magnitudes of the same thing. And people all work the same way. Just so you know, all of us work the same way. Even anybody that you might think is more powerful or mysterious or people with money, everybody is the same. Just so you know. Every single one of us is the same. Old, young, you name it. And it's not lip service. What I'm saying is inconvenient to the environment that I'm in. I'm not saying it to appease anyone or to hurt anyone's feelings. I'm stating a fact that is apparent, obvious, and worth stating, in my opinion. It's my opinion that the fact is worth stating. So, we're all the same. It's very humbling in a very good way. As long as you're happy. I'm happier every day, and being here is a start. I can be the most myself here. I can be the most real with myself here. I feel the safest here. So, like, I miss I'm going to sound like I sound immature, but I miss my family, miss my mom. She died a couple years ago now, and when she passed, the person that was in my life became that person, and I never expected such coldness. I didn't see any of that coming, admittedly. And some people would say that that's naivete, or that that I lost some sort of a game. And it honestly just makes me sick to my stomach to even think about any of that way, because I was raised and taught love as being a real thing, not just a personal perspective. And I know it to be real, so it is what it is. But having someone that I gave real love to turn around and make it a competition about that winning whatever social competition was more important than the love that had been built. That's what changed me and made me decide, okay, I'm going to focus on myself. And so I did. But then after losing her, I said, ever since 2021, there hasn't been anything that has existed to me since July of 2021 except getting my life on track. And if I had the privilege of having my family together, I would have it. But not without, otherwise it's just, there hasn't been a thing about me that has changed in the slightest on a scale of mental acuity since July of 2021. And now here sitting days away from that anniversary, from the anniversary of the death of the life that I've known until then, that I knew until then. I'm thankful more than anything. I have gratitude for where I'm at, because if I had to choose between living what I thought was the truth but was a lie produced for me to live inside and feel good, or living a real life right now that's raw and difficult but it's authentic, being authentic is what I've always wanted to be, always what I thought I was, right? And so this is the only choice to me. This is the path I asked for, prayed for, you name it. This is what I've wanted. I just didn't know what I was asking for. And I had my time where I complained or I blamed people, and then realized, wait, this is what I asked for. I just didn't know what I was asking for. But I'm glad I did, and I'm glad I didn't know, or I wouldn't have asked for it. So no matter what it looks like, for you, seeing what I've been through, maybe you say to yourself that you're less interested in growing as a person, or building a life that you want, or that you think, that you may believe that you want. If you have to choose between sacrificing what you think you know for what you actually could know, I still would recommend following that path, no matter the cost. Because there's not a thing in the world I would trade for sitting here right now. There's not. Even in the position I'm in. Wouldn't trade it for the world. I've had everything I could want. And as I sit here, frickin' sore as hell, with like $9 sandwich, I really would not. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I wouldn't. With the things that I have to face up ahead of me, the things behind me, I wouldn't trade anything for where I'm at right now. If I had to choose between being with my family in a way that wasn't authentic or being here, I choose to be here. And my reasoning is that it's my personal belief, it's my opinion, that when you are the most yourself and the most real is when you are able to live your best life and able to be there for the people that need you the most. And thus with those two naturally gravitating into the life that you're meant to live. And once again, that's a personal belief, but it has, as I've lived this way, what I'm claiming, this is where I've seen the most proof, the most fruit of the labor, for any work that I put in or anything that I do, I've seen the most fruit be produced from it. So, and I'd give you a more secular verbiage for that, but I'm not versed or educated to the point where I could offer that to you yet. But I'm getting there. So, one day at a time, we learn, we grow, we change, we adapt, we mature, if we choose to. So yeah, I am, I said, if you got anybody recruiting for the family thing, I'm looking to get into one before things level up to a level where I can't, join one. And then also is, being in LA, anybody that wants to meet up, or I don't know how this works yet. God's honest truth. I'm literally gonna have to, I looked up castings and stuff. There's for, what do you call it? I guess extras or whatever. I could sing too. I don't know how to do any of this. I'm a complete fool of myself. But I'll tell you what, if I'm not pushing myself to do what I want, and I'm not the most uncomfortable possible, then I'm probably not doing what I'm supposed to do. Because that's what I do in my life, is I push myself as hard as possible. And when I'm comfortable, I'm not working hard enough. So as I tell you, about the singing and trying to get into acting, and I'm going to learn hip-hop, I feel like such a dork. I feel like such a dork saying it. I really do. But, it's the way it needs to be. I got to be real. So that's what I'm doing. Now, the beauty of it is, as we learn how life could be perspectives, I may be embarrassed extremely, but that doesn't mean that you see it as embarrassing, or see it that way, And that's what I hold on to and remember, is that a lot of you are being very supportive, and I thank you for that. And that's what I hold on to, is that as I am disastrously embarrassed about 9 out of 10 things going on in my life right now, and even the way I'm doing them, and, the lack of proficiency, I have two choices. I could focus on the things that I am doing efficiently and productively that are acute, right? But it's pride. To come down to it and be humble about the situation is to remember that you guys don't see what I'm doing as embarrassing. It's rather a learning experience and an opportunity to actually get out and grow. Welcome from Los Angeles. I'm originally from Pennsylvania, but now I'm here. And this is where I'm staying. And I know a lot of people say that, but I don't. Said powers that be, whatever you want to call it, the universe has chosen that this is my last chance, my last resort, my last option, my only path. It's all I got. So it's literally do or die. Literally, not figuratively. I'm not walking the world. I've already discussed that option and gone over that option. I don't have the proper provisions for it to be appropriate. I'm not willing to take that much of a risk. so that I'm hanging up my hat on the travel in that capacity. But I don't know. I'll either make something happen or I won't. You know? I could tell, like I said, I'm not doing the travel thing. Prison's not happening. You'd have to kill me first, God's honest truth. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. I would never get violent with law enforcement or anything. I would just be like, look, you know, you don't have a way to keep me alive, trust me. I am trained to make sure that you couldn't if you wanted to. So, like I'm just saying, like, don't, like, being alive is a good thing, so leave me alone. In reference to that, if people are ever like, well, we don't know what to do with them, well, then you're going to have to work harder and figure something out, because I'll work with you. And oftentimes when people work with me, we come up with creative solutions and new stuff. Probably makes your feet happy. Oh my God. Yes. Finally healing up. Almost all the way. I got lucky. It was a close call. So like I said, my only option here, and I mean, I've been working at this for like a decade. In my mind, in my perception of things, I've been prepared for this life since I was a little kid. Like, this is the only thing that's ever really existed to me. I mean, like a real little kid, like 8 years old. And for me, there's so many people in the industry I'm getting into that, like, they're born into it, or, I have it in my blood, but I didn't get all these privileges that they get. Like, I'm an outcast, and I think that's kind of like the whole idea, you know what I'm saying, is like, that's what you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be odd and different, and you don't fit in, and not fitting into it is how you fit into it. And I mean, that's what I am, like, I am the puzzle piece that belongs to the puzzle, but for some reason I don't fit into the puzzle. It's like I'm a piece that doesn't fit into the puzzle that's supposed to be on the side. Like, and there's a lot of people at OCD that are like, no, we need to find a place for that piece. Well, that's the place for the piece. I'm supposed to be on the side of it. And it's just for people who are only used to having puzzles that every piece fits in, it's uncomfortable. They said people literally have, like, massive OCD about it. Like, no, we need to find a place. That is the place. On the side is the place. So like I said, so that's that. I'm home. I don't know how this is going to work or what I'm going to do, but what I do know and what I can count on, which is the same thing I could count on since I was little, is where I fall into the arms of what I know I can trust and who I know I can trust. I put in my best work, try to be the most mature about the situation, do my best to stay on track, and things should work out. And listen, I mean, I've given everything to be here, so if it doesn't work out, I don't care. I don't have anything else to lose, so I don't care. And that's kind of sometimes the best. It's the best way for it to be. Because when you don't have anything to lose, you either give up or you put in the work. Just because you don't have anything to distract you. And me, I don't have anything left to distract me, for better or for worse. So we'll see how this goes. And if there's anywhere in this country that will have the ability to recognize my potential and actually be willing to tap into it, and people who could afford to invest in me, as opposed to people that will say, I don't have the value or I can't, no, it's people are poor. Even rich people, they're poor. They're poor of mind. They don't have the ability to recognize what I'm capable of or what I could offer, and they don't know how to innovate. And so they don't recognize how much of an investment it's actually worth to put energy into me and to be willing to work with me. So hopefully, like I said, if there's anywhere in the country that's going to see my potential and actually have the ability to invest in me, it's probably going to be somebody here, or people here, where this is the most creative, it's the most creative part of the country. So I'm sure if there's anybody that could find a spot for me, it's going to be here. And it, like I said, if anything else, I mean, something I'm good at, as you guys know, I raise myself. And I find my own space. I find I usually find it on my own. But here is kind of also where it's the best odds. I'm either going to find it myself, or I'm going to meet someone who will help me, figure it out. Or thirdly, is where it'll just fall into place with both, or at least, if things don't work out or whatever for a while, at least I have somewhere where I'm safe to continue to experiment and try to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing and the way I'm supposed to be doing it. All I have left in my life is to find my place. And I feel bad for people who either have always known their place, or who, because for me, my interpersonal, the interpersonal stuff, and resilience and whatnot, and endurance, and tolerance and acceptance, I mean, those are real values. It doesn't matter what money there is or what not. What's it worth if you don't have interior peace? So that's the thing is, I actually had someone the other day, someone who tried to take advantage of me, and then tried to figure out how to get me, they were trying to figure out how to get me in trouble. And they said to me, they go, well, what do you have to show for it? When you're humble and when you don't need to prove anything to somebody, then you don't have to. You don't have to explain yourself to people. You don't have to be given into people's demands. You don't have to. You can be yourself, And so he looked me in the face as he was frickin'. It's fine. And he goes, well, what do you have to show for it? In my mind, I'm like, well, firstly, you're welcome. But I let that go. But what I really thought before I said you're welcome, so I could just put him off the track of worrying about my life, because I didn't want him involved in it anymore at that point, is, at least on a personal level, I don't know an answer. What do I have to show for it? I don't want you to know, truthfully, but the answer in such a sense would be to say, I have me. There's not a lot of people that could say that. That they have them, that they know who they are, that they built themselves into a person that they like, And for those of you that have, and that are someone that you like when you look in the mirror, good for you. And if you are someone that doesn't like yourself when you look in the mirror, that doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It doesn't. It oftentimes is coming to an acceptance of who you are and being okay with who and what you are. And the trick of it is people want to change, right? Or they want to be different, people that aren't okay with themselves. But the really tricky part is you actually can't really change until you're okay with, until you come to peace with where you're at. But once you come to peace with where you're at and who you are, that's when the change begins. That's when change becomes possible. Is when you're able to be still enough to recognize and, really just take a mental inventory on where you're at and who you are. And then you can start to compartmentalize, per habit, per se, and then start working on things if you want to change. But it never starts with another person, and I would say that's the number one thing that I see that holds people back, is when people think that you can focus on another person to better yourself, first and foremost, and for some reason like, I can't explain it. It's either a gift from the universe. It's maybe you're born with it. Maybe, it's just something that's learned. I don't know. But I have it, is where I recognize that I have to work on me first. And I do. And maybe in some ways it could be all three, But I would say that's the number one thing that holds people back is a lack of self-awareness. And self-awareness doesn't always mean that you know what you're doing right or doing wrong. It just means recognizing, this part's my opinion, is to recognize yourself. And not in vanity, but in a necessity in order to facilitate an environment interiorly for yourself to create change about whether it's your personality or your habits or what have you. So for me, like right now, I have some habits I'm not totally proud of, I'm not totally happy about. But what I could tell you is, you're never in my opinion, it's important to pursue perfection, whatever perfection may mean in your eyes, while at the same time accepting yourself for where you're at. That's pretty much all I have to say on it. What's up? How are you? Once again, looking to join a team if there's any of those people around, but I'm gonna have to before the account gets levels up too far. If I don't, then I'll have to start another account. Past a certain level, it doesn't let you. But anyway, my biggest recommendation is don't let people in your head, especially people that don't deserve to be there. If someone's toxic or volatile or aggressive, don't let them. That's where this person, I had somewhere to sleep, I had food, I had everything that I was needing to get based here without having to be in a shelter, be around people who, smoke, drink, do drugs, all that. And I walked away because I knew it wasn't healthy for me, because the person was more toxic than what they were offering was worth. Now we came to an agreement. There's certain things that I'm still able to gain access to. But like I said, there's other pieces of it where you got to realize sometimes it's not worth it. Like there's going to be people who may want to take advantage of you and get more out of you, far more than what they deserve, and may see you in your position as someone that's easy to take advantage of. And it's important that you put your foot down. And if they refuse to receive and accept the fact that you are not someone that they could take advantage of, it's best to walk away from them before they get themselves in trouble. That way you don't have to deal with the situation at all, because you have things to do. You have your own life to live. And sometimes you will have people who believe themselves to be above you, who will force their association with you in an attempt to validate themselves through misappropriated domination. Trying to be over you, and they're not. We're all equal. And if you're dealing with someone that doesn't understand that you're equal, like they legit, no matter how they talk, and when someone believes themselves to be superior, and then oftentimes they'll throw it at you, verbatim. You let it go and you walk away for your own health. Thank you, Kelsey. You too. Do I have somewhere to be? I don't really want to talk about it, honestly. Especially, now that I'm here, it's like, it's not about any of that. I thank you for the help getting here, for those of you that have. But now that I'm here, I really, I've started my life. So it's not, we're not basing, I'm not going to be, basing whatever we're broadcasting about or what I'm talking about with you guys around any of that. this is no longer where we're going to be so close to that level, because I now have to either figure it out myself or be able to rely on people that I meet and whatnot as I go about things. Not like right now or in this, like I said, like where I'm at, it's not appropriate. But as I go along and I allow things to happen naturally, it's going to work out. But I'll bring you guys along for the pieces that I'm comfortable with bringing you along for. Thank you, Franny. And I'll tell you, live stream is a tricky thing because, what do you call it? Thanks for the 301 in the broadcast. Kelsey, Lola, Finley, Billy, Fiona, and I will always have my first loves. You guys know that. For the people, guys, you're always, like, I'm always going to have those loyalties to the people that showed up first and were there the most. It's always going to be that way. And some people be like, you're a sellout, you're this. Well, then I guess I was a sellout from birth. You call me whatever you want, you're wrong. And there are some things I believe to be right and wrong. And if you disagree with me, it's because you got some sort of propagandized, just whatever your deal is. You want to be a tool against our survival, then that's on you. But me personally, I know where my loyalties are. And they're to the people that have given me an impossible life. Because whether you realize it or not, in most parts of the world, me being alive right now is not possible. Literally a miracle. So please continue to complain. Just don't let me hear it, because I don't have time to put that in my ears. And I know that's a little bit of my background talking, but so I'm learning to be a little more socially civil and appropriate. I'm working on it, and I'm in the best place to learn. So, Lonnie, Fran, Slow G, TS Fan, Julie, Carlos, Heisenberg, Erica, Moonbeam, Franny, Tank, Zion. Welcome to the broadcast. Okay. See, now this phone actually is charging while we broadcast, which is really nice. Very convenient. And I figure on the other account that leveled up too far, I'll do Call of Duty on there, because I know you guys like live streaming on doing Call of Duty. So I'll do that on the other account, and then here I'll do actual stuff. And I'm probably gonna end up phasing out that other account altogether, because I got another one that I accidentally made. So we'll do Call of Duty on that one. We'll probably do Call of Duty on this one, actually. Let me see. I don't freaking know. I'll bring up the other one and figure out, but you guys will see, because most of you are following both, so you'll be able to figure out real quick when I come live. Like I said, I'll bring you along with as much as I could. But no, this is it, final destination. Where I'm where I need to be. And after seeing the results, I'm a very, very, very patient man. For those of you who made attempts to interrupt my process and the way that I live, and have, like I said, it's a life that I produced for myself, literally mostly on my own. People do not understand the amount of energy and the amount of work that takes, not even by minute sense. So what I'm saying is, be wise enough not to interrupt me. And when I say that, I don't mean it in a dominating sense. I mean, my life is my life. It's not our life. We don't share it. It's not something that you're invited into unless I say so. I understand that most people live much closer with one another. I understand that. Please recognize that is a socio-cultural preference and a matter of opinion. It being your culture does not make it my truth. So what I'm saying is, will I delve into that with you slightly? Yes. But I am not going to be putting aside the way that I live for the way that you live simply because you believe that I'm wrong about how I live. That's brainwashing. And I like how I live. I like how I think. And I like minding my own business. So, being the only person in my own head, I prefer not to involve too many people's opinions in my decision-making processes because it keeps me true to my own path. Whether it makes me more smart, more dumb, what have you, it is what it is. I would rather stick to what I know and what I'm familiar with, and I'll build out based on what I feel comfortable with. What I recognize to be logical, what I feel comfortable with is what I'm going to vibe with and move forward with. And like I said, I don't think it's going to take too long to figure some things out here. I think it'll take probably quite a bit longer than most people, just because of the way that I am. I'm extremely stubborn. But I will find my fit. I will find my niche. It'll be very particular, but I'll find it, Tommy, thanks for the follow. So on the topic of a DM that I got, because I'm also not like a separate entity. I'm regular. I'm just very reclusive in personal senses, which I might add makes this whole social, literally being in public right now very difficult. But I've learned to get better at it. Is 3 comparisons I've gotten that I'm very grateful for. And we're going top 3. All right, roll with it. We're making a huge shift. Give me a little hands up if you're ready. Got 411 to the broadcast. I just want to make sure I don't say what I'm going to say, and a couple of you just have your heads explode or something because you're like can't handle it. I want to make sure we're all on the same page, or at least in the same book. Something we can. Because, like I said, I'm going to do the thing where I actually let myself matter for a minute. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Remember, I was raised on a farm in PA, so I'm a little ornery. I am also on Tinder. Got a few messages about that, and the answer is yes, I am. And I'm not your typical drooling over women farm boy. Believe it or not, I'm extremely picky. And if God's honest truth, I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for whatever makes sense, whatever fits, And I don't know right now. I'm just letting life do its thing. I'm also getting used to seeing couples on Tinder. I don't know how that works, but more power to you, I suppose. I go left on those ones, but no judgment. I just that's the other thing, and I'll say this as being within this typeset. Listen, don't get mad at somebody for not understanding yet. There's a difference between someone who's intolerant or in disagreement of reality and somebody who's still learning. Can we please do the thing over here that would make us not only look better, but be better, and be patient with people that are still learning and try to educate them? Because that's something we do, is claim to be educating, and we are, some of us, so let's do more of that. We need more patience, because like I said, I am getting some people that are giving me blowback, and I'm like, look, we're on the same team here. Teach me if you want, don't be getting mad at me, because it doesn't help our cause. We have it really good, and we actually want more people to enjoy and be able to live the way we do. So let's educate. And what do you call it? Live stream is a tough thing, because you're candid, you're real. It's like there's a lot of people that, especially in the industry, that don't really do it, because they're afraid. Honestly, it's they're afraid of saying the wrong thing or doing the wrong thing, or people seeing like their real personality. And for me, it's like, if I can't be real, I don't want to do it. And being in this industry is something I really, really want to do. Like, it matters to me, you guys have seen what I've sacrificed just to be here, even of my own. So being that giving up is not an option, and there are no other options in my mind, all that's left is to do it. I just don't exactly know what the process is going to look like. But what I do know is that having you guys with me has always been and continues to appear to be the safest thing that I can do. And if that means me being more transparent and embarrass myself quite a bit more, it's worth it. It's better than things not working out at all. And to the people who, might say this or that, I'm going to say the thing that I learned growing up in the red blood. And I'm talking about, over on the Republican side of things. I was raised in a very fast-paced, entrepreneurial, competitive environment. And I've obviously am a little bit different now, personality-wise. But I will never lose the whole competitive edge piece of it when it comes to business. And what I will say is that if you don't like what I'm doing, considering that what I'm doing is on track with how society operates, the likelihood is that you're upset that you're not keeping up, and you don't want to admit it to yourself. And my recommendation is to do what I have to do, same as anybody else that you have to continue to do, no matter where you're at in your life, is continue to adapt. It's the only option there is to adapt. Adapt and conquer. Conquer the you knew yesterday. Make a better you today, and make sure whoever you are tomorrow is someone that you feel is ahead of who you were yesterday. Thanks for the follow. Exploration of the self is the number one decider of whether or not you're going to be successful in American society. No matter what anyone else tells you, factually speaking, self-exploration, self-discovery, self-improvement is what does it. And it's not a matter of you are the only person you could rely on or whatnot. It's not like that. For some people it is. But realistically, it's about remembering that you are you. You are not anyone else. And there isn't anyone else that is you. You're you. And thus, when your eyes open in the morning, when your eyes shut at night, and while they're closed as you sleep, you are you. And you're going to have to get up in the morning and brush your teeth. You're going to have to comb your hair. You're going to have to take a shower. There isn't anyone that's going to do it for you. And the more things that you can do on your own, the better off you're going to be. Doesn't mean you have to do everything yourself, but knowing how is really important. And making sure that you brush up every now and again to make sure you don't get rusty. And if you ever don't like the temperature of whatever, the climate of however you're living, remember that you're in control. And if you want it warmer, you can make it warmer. You just have to learn how. You want more challenge? You don't need anyone's help introducing more challenge. You don't say, oh, life is boring, I don't know what to do. There's plenty of ways for you to make life more exciting. Things are too hectic, slow down. I had like 8 months where I didn't even have a phone. I'm not kidding. Because I didn't want the drama. I wanted peace. I wanted time to myself. There's nothing that says that you can't go against the grain. As long as you don't break the rules, you can be a little countercultural every now and again to make sure that you take care of yourself. And the people that stick with you when you're doing that, they're your real friends. And the rest of them are just losers. And they really are losers. Because in their own life, they're not winning. And people like that are going to end up being your haters. And people that are focused on themselves, for the most part, yet have some time for you, those are your fans. And then people that are on a personal level with you, obviously, hopefully, are going to be your friends. Me, I will associate with people that are fake with me on a professional level, because that's business, and the competition invigorates me. It turns me on to have somebody lie to me. I'm not kidding you. In business, do whatever you do. You go ahead. Let the best man win, or woman, or those who identify beyond man and woman. And on a personal level, don't lie to me. Or there isn't if you lie to me on a personal level, there isn't a personal level. It's one and done. One and you're out. Trust. And people that stalk you, when you get to a point where, what do you call it? When things get to a point where there's fame and there's clout, you obviously got fans, you got haters, but when you get to a point of fame and clout, you're going to get stalkers. You're going to get weirdos. You're going to get people that you have to allow law enforcement to eradicate. Hint, hint. And if they don't do their job and take care of it, then, there's nothing wrong with you going out of your way to take care of it yourself legally. Make a nice little piece of paper or something. But my recommendation personally, and once again, this is based on a different upbringing, is if somebody's bothering you like that, I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. So instead of giving you advice, I really wouldn't give this advice. This is something I'm doing that I wouldn't recommend you do, because most people really can't handle it. And I'm not saying you can't, but the likelihood is low. That's wonderful. I'm glad. They're not going to love you for long if you harass me. Just informing you. What do you call it? Is what I do is I don't acknowledge whatsoever for the most part, and just let it happen. And most of them end up falling off on their own. And those that don't eventually escalate things to a level where they do get themselves in trouble. If I choose to react, then all I'm doing is glorifying, like a psychopath or a narcissist or both. And then their name is on a piece of paper next to mine. and then they're at home being super creepy about it all day long, feeling like they won. So it doesn't, just remember that weirdos, like not people who are different, but like actual bad people, are going to take any association with you as a win. Any association whatsoever, for better or for worse. And you cannot give them a single win. Trust me, I've been there. You give them a single win, and the obsession grows. And there are some ways where that may be lucrative for business, or, you know, if you're famous and you want someone to be promoting your content. Well, there may be a lot of organic growth that comes from creeps, but nobody wants to talk about it. It's dirty laundry. You know what I'm saying? So it's better just to make sure that people like that fall off and can't be bogging you. And remember that when you finally find your people, they're going to stick up for you. And they'll go through it with you, even if you volunteered them. You know, when you need it, you need it. You know, and if you don't need it, don't ask. If you do. And if they need a little enticing and a reminder of what they got out of it, so be it. You remind them. You know. So thank you. I said since 2021, I've reverse engineered that situation. You guys should have seen me. If some of you, I don't know if any of you did actually see like clips of the illegal cameras that they put in the cells. I played patient. I was somebody, dude. Somebody came out of me that I have never seen in myself. I was the most focused, patient individual I have ever been in my entire life. And I sat and I waited. And every little thing that was thrown at me, good and bad, I absorbed it. And then when I walked out that door, I took it with me. I walked right out of there, hunched over, all of it right on my back, and I kept it. And I unloaded the bad as I moved for people that, you know, are willing to accept that as the currency. I kept the good, and now I'm starting to spend it. Or as some people call it, and what I call it, investing it. What I'm saying to you is, be as patient as humanly possible. If something matters to you, you're going to do it. It don't matter if you, and it doesn't matter. Remember, this is America. No matter what anybody tells you, this is still America. You do not need to come from a particular family. You do not need to be somebody special or whatever. No matter what anybody tells you, I'm going to tell you the fact that if you put in the work, it's yours. Now, there's a lot that could happen along that path and on that journey, so be careful. Expect the unexpected. Be prepared for things that you cannot handle. Meaning, prepare, what do you call it? Brace for impact. Expect a shock over and over and over of plenty of things that you are never ready for. And be prepared to never be ready for the shock. But if you want it, you'll get it. Prime example, for those of you that, if you need motivation, I'm sitting here in the position that I'm in, and I'll tell you, I've looked good, I've had money, and blah 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 blah, right? And I'd be lucky to match with 2 or 3 women, right? Lucky. You would not believe the lookers that I'm matching with. You would not believe the personality and the beauty that are hitting my inbox. And I'm sitting here blown away. Like when I tell you, I do not have the confidence to understand why. And I'm looking, I'm like, do they have an OnlyFans? Are they Are they a live streamer or like one of those game streamers, right? Nope. 2 of them, but the rest are real. I'm like, all right, you know. So what I'm saying is, when you're being yourself, it shows, and I mean, the pictures that I have on here are the ugliest pictures. I mean, in my personal opinion, the ugliest pictures I've ever taken. I don't get matches, so superficiality only goes so far. Even for people who are superficial, like, we have instincts. We have the ability to recognize authenticity, and when you are your authentic self, you are attractive. I think superficiality on top of that, I think, socioeconomical factors definitely play in or are important. The number one thing is definitely being you. I don't really have anything else to say. I mean, that I could think of right now. I'm sure I could go on another hour rant, but I don't really know what to talk about right now. So if you guys want to throw in the comments, tell me how you're doing. Anybody wants to catch up? I know it's been a while. I was like 5 seconds from crossing that border. I'm not even kidding you. I was going to do it. It was fine. I could have. And I was kind of invited to. But it wasn't the right thing to do. So it was wrong. Right thing, wrong time. And I've done, and I'll tell you, I'm proud of myself, because I've done right thing, wrong time way too often. And then you turn around and say, oh, I didn't know. I didn't before. This time I knew. This time I knew. I could just tell that it was the wrong thing to do. So I chose to come home. My gosh, this chick looks like Lana Del Rey. Oh, that's another thing, is realizing, like, being here, I need to be like, because, like, my brain doesn't fully articulate yet that, like this is Los Angeles, so, like, and celebrities are real people. So, like, you say a name and there might be people that know the person, and don't even cross my mind, But now, being here, I'd be a little more careful with that. But I'm really gonna have to learn to adult. But admittedly, it's hard to find people to learn that from, so I'm gonna have to just keep blowing with the bumpers until I'm ready to take them off. Seems loud there. Yo, you were like the 5th person to tell me that. I've been like trying to make phone calls and stuff, and I can't because it's so loud. Jessica, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no, that's just, literally, like, that's just how people have been in public for like the past 2 years. 3 years? Oh my gosh, it's almost 4 years since 2020. Like 3.5 years. Since 2019. See, that's the thing. A lot of you guys, like, a lot of people don't even go out anymore, But when I tell you, like, society is, like, this is the most normal of anywhere in the country right now, for the most part. I haven't seen the Midwest recently. Like, it was still kind of COVID-y the last time I was there. But it was fine. Like, they mostly stay inside anyway, because, like, the winters are freezing cold. Time flies. It really, well, it does when, it does sometimes. I mean, for me, I try to live a life where time doesn't fly. And I'm doing pretty good at it. So, for me, it feels like time goes very, very slow. And that's how I prefer it. If I'm living in such a way where I wish time would go faster, then I need to live differently. Like, time is the only, Warren Buffett said it this way. He goes, time is the one thing I can't buy. He says if there's one thing he wish he could get back, that it'd be time, because you can't buy it. There's no way to get it back. You are young. Thank you. Yeah. So that's, I value my time above everything else. So if I'm ever in a position where I wish time would go faster, I get the hell out of that situation immediately, no matter what it is. It's my, like, and I really do believe that if you're not living a life where you either live your best life or you'd rather not be alive, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, maybe you have to do what you're doing. That's different, but what do you call it? So that's, like I said, that's my recommendation, is to, you ever hear that song, Live Like You're Dying? That's what I recommend. That's how I live. It really is. And a lot of people take me for lip service until they see me work. Be like, oh, that's cute. We don't need to hear it. And then I do something and they're like ready to be impressed. But it's like they're not ready until, that's how people are, They want to see something they haven't earned. And then to tell you that they approve of you. Like I said, my recommendation to you is to never care about whether or not someone approves of you, no matter the circumstance. Accept them as they are, and whether or not they accept you is none of your business. God's honest truth. Worrying about what people think of you is a wonderful way to not be yourself. But I need to get something to eat, so give me 2 seconds. I'm going to refill my drink. I'm going to get something to eat, and we'll see if this broadcast keeps running. If it doesn't, then I need to get something to eat, then I will be back. Actually, yeah, give me 2 seconds. Sorry. The trash can leave on top of that trash can or on top of your table. Okay. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? With the headphones in? I was told when I was on the phone that the headphones pick up all the background noise, but it's impossible to hear me talk to you. So tell me, can you hear me okay? As far as the beard, I agree. I prefer not having a beard, but my hair has like never been this color, and now it's like, I don't know what happened, but over the past year, my beard's changed to like red, and blonde, and even silver. That's pretty cool. So I've been keeping it, just letting it grow and see what it's gonna look like. But it will be probably we should pretty soon. guys hear me? And I apologize for being so obviously tired. I can really see the red of my eyes from here. But I don't feel tired. It might have to do with the absurd amount of caffeine consumed. It's not here or there. So, can you hear me? My voice coming through. And that solves that. Complications are necessary. I'm sorry about the frickin' thing in your face. I don't have a kickstand yet, or a lock. So I literally have it physically with me. Because I had it sitting outside. Before I tell this story, I want to make sure there's actually some of you like here listening, so you can. I don't want to tell the story twice. Just let me know. I'll tell you about people, like trying to pick up my bike, watching people attempt to steal my bike. Yeah, muito bien. Ooh. Okay. What? Oh, that's awful. Okay. No, it's funny. It's funny. Come on. No, it's cool. It's fun. Listen. Life could either be a tragedy or a comedy. I'd rather it be a comedy. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the story. So, I parked my bike out front. Okay? I put it in the corner out of the way. I come in, I get a sandwich, I sit down. Watching out the window. Dude comes up the steps. Sees the bike. And you know that look in somebody's eyes when they're like about to, when a look in a kid's eyes when they're about to pick something off the shelf, ask their mom to buy it. Oh, yeah, that look was on his face looking at my bicycle. So he faces away from the bike, stands towards the road, crosses his arms behind his back, pretending like he's just standing there. And, not scoping out to see if anyone's going to notice him grab my bike. So I went outside, I looked at him and I go, "Do you like my bike?" And I pointed at my bike. He goes, "It's alright." I went back inside. And then the second dude, which was fine, it was funny. But then the second dude, he comes up the steps. And this dude came in, didn't even buy anything, just like walked around to see what he could steal off of people's tables, and then walked back out. But comes up the steps and sees my bike, does the same exact thing, like with his hands and everything, and it was hilarious. And then he, Then he goes over to the bike, and whenever I see him go out of view, knowing he's going over the bike, that's when I stood up. I was like, rolled my eyes, I'm like, oh, here we go. So I stood up, I went outside, and I look over. He's standing there with his hands on the handlebars of my bike, ready to walk away with it. And I just go, and I had my headphones in. And he looked at me like this, like, I didn't say a word. He just starts saying things to me. I don't even know what he said. I just started walking up to my bike as he started, making a perimeter around me to make sure he didn't get too close as I walk up to my bike as he walks away from my bike. I grab my bike, he walks and goes to the other end of the thing, and I brought my bike inside. And that was that. And then he comes inside and he's nodding at me like what's up? Like, what are you saying what's up to me for? You're just trying to steal my bike. I don't know. But then I just disacknowledged and tried to look away as much as I could, and eventually he went away. But yeah, I guess it's just like commonplace. I don't know. But I found it really comical. You get used to it eventually. Like I said, when you get used to stuff that is not supposed to happen, you either begin to enjoy it and appreciate it in one way or the other, or you just get over it. Or thirdly, you end up causing problems for yourself. And I don't like doing that. He knew he was guilty. That's the thing though, is like, why does it have to, like, if he didn't, I think I don't know, like, how could he not? I don't really know why you're even saying anything about guilt or anything, but no, it's a matter of not caring. Like, listen, guys, you need to understand that my live stream is not a forum, and it's not like an interview. Like, if you want to talk to me in the ways, like, this amazes me, how people will come into my broadcast and just, how do you say it, like, people feel so privileged nowadays. It's amazing. Like, come into my broadcast and honestly feel that it's totally okay to just show up and do like a mock interview, like do like interview me on my own broadcast while I'm minding my business. Like, two things. One, you're gonna pay me a lot of money if you want any answers out of me. You might not even get the answers, but first I get the money. And then second is maybe I let you finish with your question, depending on how respectful you are. And then thirdly is if I'm even okay with the question, maybe you get an answer. And if you get an answer and you're not okay with the answer, I'm going to charge you double if you give me an issue over it and make me look stupid. Or try to make me look stupid, I should say. You know, so I just want to establish that boundary there. Is if you come to my, like, I don't know what part of the internet those kind of people come from. But I mean, they literally come into my, you know, like, it's not it's not whatever, like, it's literally mine. It's not owned by two people. It's not owned by the platform. It's not owned by a little group of people. It's mine. And they come in here and they're like, I have questions for you. I'm like, that's fantastic. Where's $100? I don't see $100 in my PayPal. Why are you even trying to ask me a question? And $100 is like nothing. But that's just me trying to be nice to some random internet person who probably, you know, presumably isn't going to be able to afford more than $100. Entitlement, yeah, it's insane levels of entitlement. That's what I'm saying, you know. But here's what I like about today's society: things are finally starting to even out, and people that deserve, you know, like, the scales are finally balancing out, and people that deserve something are getting something, and people that have more than they should are starting to, you know, essentially have to give it up to people who deserve it. My point is, I really like how things are looking for me and the direction they're going. Chauncey, thanks for the follow. Oh, my Instagram. Sorry, I didn't put the sticker up. I honestly don't even off the top of my head know the username for it. There probably have a lot more people following, but I don't know. So I'm just gonna put that, and you can look it up, and eventually you'll find me. But I'm doing my best. It's not a priority right now. Yeah, like, yo, like I said, when somebody comes into your broadcast or comes into your personal space, you know, and they're like, I won't be disrespectful. Their disrespectful opener is, I won't be disrespectful. You're disrespectful from the get. It's already too late. Like, there was a dude that wanted to hang out the other day, and he met me at the park. Right? Met him at the park. I should have said no. He's, oh, da 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 da. I'm like, you know what? Because I'm that guy, because I give everybody a chance because I'm stupid, sure, let me just be a hyper optimist, even though it's so obvious that you're a loser. Let's go ahead and give you a shot. Let's try it. Lo and behold, all I did was waste an hour and a half, and well, I didn't waste an hour and a half. I got a free battery pack out of it. That was fine. Dude forgot to get it. So it is what it is. Definitely deserved way more out of it, but I will be getting mine later. I'm gonna let it go for now. If you catch my drift. Nonetheless, that's why, like I said, I trust my intuition nowadays. I really try not to rely on my emotions for these kind of decisions anymore. Every now and again I get caught up, but I don't let it go too far. And as far as this thing goes, I mean, there's just, this person will not leave me alone. So obviously, like, there's endless evidence against him. I mean, absolutely constant. I don't even talk to the dude. And he's always, like, making new accounts and coming into my thing and harassing me. And I mean, literally, like, on a personal basis, to the point where, like, he needs to be in prison. Because it's, like, it's beyond harassment. Like, this is officially, like, what he's doing is literally a felony. And he's doing it, like, right on live stream as we speak. Probably not even blocking his IP address. This is my personal guess. And here's the thing. Sometimes people want my attention. And, like, I get it. You're lonely. I'm attractive. But look, here's the deal. When this is the way that you try to get my attention, what's going to end up happening is I'm going to help you find a prison cell. I will, if you want my personal attention, that's what you're going to get, personal attention. You want you want to be a baby? You want to be babysat? Don't worry. I'll make sure you get babysat. You're a full-grown adult. Alright, here's what we're doing. I'm not even kidding. I'm actually screenshotting this. And I'm actually, this is me. I've never done a police report before. But I'm to the point where this guy is coming into my broadcasts and I can't seem to block the account. So I'm actually going to take it to the cops because this guy has been harassing me for years. And he's to the point where he's actually impeding on my business, which is a crime. So I'm doing my best, but like I said, the difference is you're not going to see, the people like that are frickin', I mean, literally, they're psychopaths. And all they want the attention. They want an article in the newspaper because it's some white kid that listens to rap music and thinks he's, some hardcore gangster or something. And then, they're just weirdos. And not normal, not the good kind of weirdo, like the school shooter weirdo, and you can't indulge that. You got to get it locked up and put away and straitjacketed before it's too late. And I hate to have to do it, but there comes a point where like I'm doing my thing now, and I can't afford any further interruptions. So I am legitimately going to start taking action legally. Like I'm going to start collecting evidence and provide it to law enforcement to get like a, what do you call it, a PFA or whatever it is, just so that this person isn't bothering me anymore. Because I've never had anybody go this far. Like there's far, and then there's like you're attempting to permeate my personal environment, and that's like insane. That's not like there's fans, there's obsessed people, there's paparazzi, and then there's stuff like that. Like there's stuff like that where it's literally like they're sending people to follow me around and take pictures of me and like try and set me up and all this other weird psychotic criminal crap. And so we got a nice, I got a nice little ball of people that aren't supposed to be in society I can just hand over to the feds. That'll be a nice paycheck, social paycheck, just to, say like, hey, here you go. Now I don't have to deal with it anymore. But there came a point after being harassed to a certain level where I realized I could do one of two things. I could keep ignoring it and try to be the tough guy, or realize that every one of those people that I just keep letting bother me, no matter how much I could handle it, that they're also bothering other people. Like they're also harassing more than just me. And so if looking like that guy means I'm protecting a whole bunch of people who can't handle it, which is exactly what I'm doing, I would much rather choose that. Just because it might not be any of my business, but as soon as I'm involved, then it's my business. And I don't like, things have come to a point in society where people have a lot more pressure on them. They can't handle this kind of stuff near as much anymore. Like people don't have the wherewithal. So if it makes me a bully to put away a couple of people that are harassing people in real life and getting them to kill themselves, I think I'm doing the right thing. At least that's my viewpoint. And like I said, like a typical narcissistic psychopath, everything has to be about them, even your life. I don't know what it is about me that this person decided to latch onto my life, but I'm very excited for them to be gone. Paycheck, yeah. I mean, I use the word paycheck loosely. I don't mean like actual money. That's a joke. Well, I mean like, it looks good. It's to do the right thing is, I mean, I do the right thing most of the time, but one thing I have to admit I have failed on is I've ignored most of the people that have like harassed me or stalked me, or I haven't taken any legal action against them, and I never really thought about the way that what they were doing to me was affecting other people that they were doing it to. And then I started seeing some of it, and then recently there's this young lady that actually killed herself, and her reasoning was somebody that had been harassing her who also harasses me. And my blood ran cold, and I thought to myself, if I had done something about 18 months earlier, which I could have, she'd probably be alive. Not my fault, not my responsibility. But it changed my perspective entirely. It made me realize that sometimes taking action is the right thing to do. So, from here on in, I take this stuff pretty seriously. I literally just had to upgrade my Google One account to have more storage because I have that much evidence. I have over 100 gigs of evidence, just personally stored. And like I said, I have people in my family that picked on me and harassed me growing up. And I saw parts of their life that no one else saw. I understood why they were bullies. I understood like they were actually extremely tortured themselves. So whether it makes it right or wrong, I have a lot of compassion for even the bad guy per se. Which is why I haven't done anything to this point. But where it's crossing a line where I think, well, what if that was somebody I knew, or someone I was friends with, or it becomes serious, and everything's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. So for me, I think the right thing to do is to start taking some form of legal action. It's just not my preferred method because I feel like it breeds it, you know what I'm saying? Like taking action on it, it invites more. But I mean, you can take one stance on it and say you do something, then it'll keep happening. It perpetuates. There's more, or you're taking them down one at a time. Getting them either incarcerated or shutting them up, getting them to be a little more respectful one at a time. And I will admit, I lived that one where I just said, well, you know what? What's the point? Because there's always going to be another one. Until that happened, and that was the tipping point for me on that. So now, for me, I have a different viewpoint on it now, I don't get a lot of support on that. But my mind has changed on that. Yeah, so like you see, he's in here threatening me, literally right now threatening me, and then also turning around and trying to call the police and make false reports and all this other stuff. So I'm just screenshotting it, and now I have there's a federal agent that watches my shows and keeps an eye on what's going on. And then anywhere I go, for the most part, local law enforcement is aware of me. And I mean, people like this, criminals can't even comprehend it. They think it's like not even a thing. But I've actually been put through that much that, like I said, psychopaths, they don't get it. People that are sociopaths and like they can't engage with their emotions properly, they think it's like a game or a joke, but it's not, and then, like I said, here it is on recording, So should anything go down or what have you, you hear the laughter in the background. So, and you already know what it applies to. Plausible deniability only goes so far. Cameras show facial expressions. It's all evidence. I never thought this way before. That's why I always seem so gullible. But one run-in with the law, and I wasn't supposed to be on the wrong side of the law. One run-in was enough for me to say, hey, time to start taking this seriously. And I learned pretty much overnight, and then just got educated through the rest of this. And a whole lot of it I already know. I don't like to use it. I don't like to be involved in any of it. But if it comes down to it, I mean, my IQ is like 130, but please continue. I haven't been living that part of my life because I don't like it. I'm a peaceful person. I really am. And I hate more than anything having to, and I think it's mostly the discomfort of transition. It's the, having to adapt into something that's totally foreign to me, even though it's technically, it's natural for me, but it's very uncomfortable. I'm having to learn to stand up for myself, but I've always really I would just walk away from something. That's what my pop taught me, it's like, if there's something going on, take the peaceful path, just take a walk, let it go. And I always did, and it always served me, but I'm to a point where I'm home. I'm to a point where this is home now. Like I'm home. I'm not going to have someone harass me in my own home. Like it's my turn to stand up and say, hey, wait a second. Metaphorically speaking, this is my property, right? Not like, what I'm saying, like intellectual property, let's say, is like, this is mine and I need to defend and protect it. And I'm not going to be chased any further. I'm not going to be running. There's nowhere else to run. Like I'm home, like anybody bothering me here, there's no doubt of them being in the wrong, So for me, as long as I stand my ground, I should be fine. Stand my ground peacefully the way that I know how. Diane, here's the thing. It's not, listen, I'm going to help you guys understand something, all right? When people get this psychotic fixation, it is not an obsession with bringing somebody down, okay? It's not. They use that as a cover. They have a personal obsession because they hate them. It's a psychological thing, okay? They have like personality disorder, but not like a regular one. Like they're not okay. Where they see somebody they want to be, they look in the mirror and they're past the point of suicide. Like they don't want to die, but they don't believe they're alive, and they're trying to assume and consume someone else's personality and become them, conquer and destroy this other person in the belief that once they do, they will be themselves. The point is, I know what I'm talking about. We're going to leave it at that. Because like I said, new life, normal stuff. Not talking about how I learned that or where I had to learn it. I'm telling you that people like that, they're not okay. It took like 4.5 years of work to help, a certain individual that was hyper obsessed with my life to be able to move on. and I only did that for them because it worked out in the plan. But when I tell you, I will go 9 out of 10 to get somebody where they need to be, as opposed to allow for any turmoil. You see how far I go, even for my enemy, literally, because the way I say it is the way my landlord, one of my landlords had said, he would always say, "My peace has no price." And just in his Puerto Rican accent, it was awesome. "My peace has no price." Or I can't embarrass myself trying to do the accent, but it's the truth. Is my peace doesn't have a price, and I like to treat the peace of the people around me the same. And I'm thankful for people that come to recognize that turmoil that sometimes finds its way to me isn't my turmoil, right? It's some turmoil of some disturbed person that isn't properly being dealt with by law enforcement wherever they're at. And I shouldn't have to be stepping back in my own life, and a business shouldn't have to be changing their operations for some individual that's not properly being handled by law enforcement, or isn't getting proper care mentally or otherwise. And allowing for said person to then attempt to flip and be putting on someone such as myself that, I'm minding my own business, doing my own thing. It's not a game. It's not a competition. This is real life, and I think for people like that, who will come at my personal life, like, it's important to recognize that they don't understand that distinction. Like, they hopefully do not mentally recognize the distinction between their digital life and their personal life, because if they do and they're behaving that way, then that's the difference between someone who should be institutionalized or someone who should, get proper care mentally, and someone who may be criminally insane. So for me, like, I understand the difference. I'm sitting here, I'm doing my live stream, minding my business, whereas said person who's been bugging me, I'll say bugging me, they're in their own home doing, like, they don't have to be attempting to invade my life, right? You don't see me invading anyone else's lives. I'm living mine. And that's the one distinction for anybody who may be on that cusp of understanding the reality separate from the fantasy or separate from the virtual, is I'm here living my own life. My name is on the broadcast. You don't see me going into other people's business, other people's lives, and invading their personal space or anything of the sort, right? Now, you may see me involved in professional settings, right? But it's not in competition, right? If you guys know about me and you recognize, I always collaborate. I don't attempt to collaborate. I always find a way to collaborate. And that's my bag, that's my vibe, and that's how I do it. But like I said, being home now, I'm doing everything. I went into battery saver mode. I'm doing it. I have it set all the way up. I don't like losing battery. Just so that I could, I'm hoping that now that I'm home and I'm doing my thing, that they start doing what they gotta do, and I don't have to start, taking my own legal action. I'm hoping that I'm dealing with people of more common sense. And I mean, if I'm not, trust me, I got it. If I didn't, you'd see me a little more concerned. But my hopes are that, we could continue to correct the scales together instead of me having to do it all on my own. And if you notice, I have essentially been doing it mostly on my own, successfully. And that trend will continue. No matter how much weight is put on the other side, it will only make me more of what I want and need. But it's better to share, and things happen faster when we share. So that's that. For my husband, well, thank you, Diane. You're welcome to. It's up to you. Like I said, I'm not sweating it either way. For me, my main concern is just that, certain individuals, there used to be a lot more. Most of them have either been enticed to move on with their lives and mind their business legally, I should add, or are currently incarcerated or dead. because there are actual real life implications to some of these decisions. And there have been people similar to this person harassing me who went too far with the wrong person over the internet, not realizing it had real life implications, and is no longer alive. And several of them are actually no longer alive. And so in reality, it's also protecting them by making sure that they either get the proper help or, find their way into a more secure space where they could be monitored properly and not be getting themselves into trouble. Me personally, there were people that were concerned about that. And when I got into this secure space, I make friends everywhere I go. So don't look at me like I don't choose one side of life. I don't, of any type, no matter what direction you take it, I'm on both ends. I love everybody. I really do. So I've made a lot of friends in a lot of different spaces, and I'm not the type of wimp or person that's going to be like, oh no, I don't associate. Listen, I have my preferences on where I like to spend my life based on who I am, but when it comes down to it, I try to be cool with everybody, but no different than anybody else. You have your preferences, but I try to be cool with everybody. By that I mean I actually am cool with everybody, even if I pretend like I'm not sometimes, over necessity of certain things that I think we all understand and go through. But as for me, I'm good. All I need is just, let's say, continued cooperation. I mean, for me, that's what's helpful, is staying on that equal plane. And if you see me like I'm laughing, it's because I've come to realize in society that I believe in equality far more than most people actually do. And that's kind of seems to be a trend with a lot of stuff. I'm a little idealistic, and I've looked at a lot of things. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. This is healthy. That's healthy. And so I adopt those as my personal mentality. And then I look around. I'm like, oh, so for most people, it's kind of just on TV. Call me easily suggestible, but even as I become more mature, I've clung to the ideas that I truly believe in. Whether or not they seem like pipe dreams, I still believe in them. And I've often found that the best way to bring them to reality is by keeping that belief and living in the present and just really taking, inch at a time with some of these goals. It's like, even if you got the wind blowing in your face and it's the wind's blowing 100 miles an hour, you might just be on your toes, but you just take one step and another step and another step, and eventually you get there. So there's some things that no matter what I'm told, I'm not going to give up on. Go after yourself. Thank you, Diane. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That honestly means a lot. It brings me a lot of comfort, feeling of safety and security, which is super important. I really appreciate it. And the sad part is like, I'll get people looking to see, like, is he faking it? Is it for it? No, this is real. I've been dealing with this for almost a decade. Some people be like, well, why don't you just quit? Some people have like witnessed what I've been through, and like it hurts them to the point where they're wishing I would quit just because they're tired of seeing me go through it. But this is how bad I want this. Like, people don't get it. They don't understand how much it means to me. So that's, you gotta fight for what you want, and I'm a firm believer that eventually you get it. If you want it bad enough, eventually you get it. As long as you figure out it's not just working hard, but learn how to work smart too. And I can't say that I'm the best, but I can also say that I'm no longer the worst, which for me is plenty. And just more, just getting better every day. Thank you, Bahamian. I appreciate that, Diane. Because my own personal viewpoints of life is, I don't want to squash my adversaries. I'm a believer in, I like I'm a social media guy. I like retention and conversion. I don't like seeing people banned. I would rather help them come to understand, and I don't want to change their minds. I don't want them to change who they are. It's more about just discipline
it's like disciplining yourself. And, somebody had come at me about that too. They're like, so you just want me to be, you're trying to silence me as it's a gag order. That like, no, it's understanding that you put your life at risk when you don't shut your mouth. And I think I would know a thing or two about that. So, me personally, I'm fine. But, it's maintaining discipline. You don't have to change who you are. I don't change who I am. But it's understanding, it's about being disciplined about certain situations. Even now, for me, like, I'm technically spilling over. You see where I'm sitting. I'm in public. But I'm doing a lot better than I could be. Doing a lot better than I was. And I'm definitely going to continue to keep doing better. But I can't say the same for my adversaries, But if it's the difference between me getting better and trying to help someone from falling off, I'm not going to sacrifice my health and well-being for anyone anymore. I can't afford it. I almost lost my life one time over being that person, and we already had one person that did that for us a real long time ago. We don't need a second. We don't need a third, or So as nice as it may seem for those of us that are lazy, I'm nobody's personal sacrifice. I'm going to keep working hard, continue to learn how to work smart, and I'm always the hardest worker in the room. I tell you that. I'm working on being a smarter worker. So, interpersonally, I'm highly intelligent. Professionally, I admittedly struggle, but that's okay. It's one thing at a time, and eventually I will find my team. I'll find people that I could work with. I'm officially home, so the only thing left is to either do my own thing or team up with a couple of people, whatever it might be. I'm in the perfect place for it. So it'll happen, Maybe I'm not supposed to be good at or get better professionally, Maybe I'm supposed to be this guy, and this is my maximum. But whatever it is, I accept myself, and I recommend that you do the same, accept yourself. Because if you're dealing with bullies or anybody that's bothering you like that, the way that you get through it is self-acceptance. That's you become, when I tell you, you become bulletproof, metaphorically speaking, to things that people say and things that people do. When you accept yourself and be okay with yourself, you really do. And then you have one less thing holding you back from getting to know yourself better and from improving in your own life. Thank you, Chris. Proof of harassment. Thank you. Yeah, but like I said, it's at the end of the day, is it really worth it? What I would rather do is sit here and just collect the evidence, let it build up. People are always freaking finding my password somehow and going in there, and they get it anyway. So oops, not a problem for me. And if it ends up in the hands of law enforcement, oops. But like I said, for me, I don't want to go out of my way looking for trouble, because realistically, then it'll come my way too. I can't sit here and say I haven't said the wrong thing at the wrong time. Would I win that battle? Would I win that war? Yeah, I would. But I would not be coming out unscathed. And I'm an honest enough man, and I'm transparent enough to be real about that. I wouldn't be walking away unscathed. Some people say, "Oh, you don't admit this." Don't. Listen, you want to live in a new world. You want to live in a better space where people can be themselves. Then stop telling me that there's only one way to do things. As I sit here and prove to you, there's more than one way. Maybe there's only two, but there's more than one. So anyway, if there wasn't, I wouldn't be sitting here. If it's interfering with your daily life. Yeah, like I said, I mean, as you guys know about me, I always look for the next way to, just challenge myself to handle it instead of having to complicate it or make the situation more complex, especially when it comes to people I don't want to be involved with, like you saw, even, a person I was with, I literally let all of it go. You know, like, that's how much I hate turmoil. Like, that's how much I need balance and peace in my life. Is like, that rocked my world. You know, it shattered everything in my life. And I looked up, and, you know, she stood there with her hands on her hips, waiting for me to cry and beg to take her back and all this. I just said, okay. And I turned around and walked away. because at the end of the day, it's between it. I'm good. At the end of the day, I have me, and everything I built, I can build it again. You know, why sweat it? Instead of all that time that I could be sweating it, I could be rebuilding. And so that's what I chose. And now here I sit 4.5 steps ahead of where I would be, and I'd be 3 steps behind that if I held on and got, you know, held back. That's right. Let the past stay in the past. You can't change the past for what it was. You can change how it looks. You can change how it sounds. You can warp the story in hopes that it affects the future, all that. But I've always found the most effective thing is to live right in the present moment. The most effective way that I've found to improve my future is by living in the present moment. And that whatever the past is what it is. And I've always found that working harder to produce a healthier future in the present has always been more powerful than whatever is in the past, or no matter how ugly the past could be painted, that hard work, perseverance, and humility in the present, creating the future, it creates a healthier future that is always still at least a little bit better than any form of what the past could have been or looked like or what have you. You're struggling to serve it. Thank you. Now, what I do wish is, as far as a lot of the past goes, not my past, but you know what past I'm referring to. You know, I don't know what, like, like, how did I never realize how bad that was? You know, like, I would say that that's how I see, you know, I'm a forgiving person, and I don't judge people. Like, I'm extremely non-judgmental. I really am. So for a lot of that, I kind of just always mulled over it, and I was like, you know, I would always think, well, there's somebody that's done worse, or, you know, I forgive them, whatever it might be. But I had never, like, you want to talk about naivete, I had never for a moment considered the social implications of the decisions of other people affecting how my life went or how my life looked. Now, why on earth would I never consider that or even think of it, when quite obviously I could meet somebody and people that were in their lives or people that they had come from, you know, their decisions, their lineage, how their family looks obviously would affect my opinion on some level. It's biology. Like, you psychologically by nature are going to form some type of a bias that you then have to work through if you want to be non-judgmental, you know? So how did I not ever grasp that for like 20 plus years? I don't know. I don't know. But I finally wrapped my head around it after, like I said, for a moment, I recognized how society saw me. I never knew. I was happy. I didn't even know how I had been seen. And I'm glad that I didn't know. Because that's not how, I will never see myself that way. I never will. Was it a very heavy burden to, it was a tight backpack that I had to pull off, and it was difficult to pull off? Yes. Yes. But after getting that backpack off, I threw it right in the trash. You know, and people were like, oh my God, you realize how much that's worth, and it's not mine, don't belong to me. You know, and I don't want to be hunched over the rest of my life. If you catch my drift. So I'm still recovering, you know. But it's not my story, you know, and it really isn't. It really isn't my story. To have the exact same name, it's not my story. Not my life, not my story. Never will be. And I feel sorry for people who have made an effort or made an attempt to bring my life into those spaces. Those are people that have not done their research and do not know or understand how much effort I put into being someone far, far different than any of those people. I'm not better than anyone. I'm not. I fully understand that. What I'm saying is I'm very different. And you can't put a circle in a square peg. And that was the attempt. And as you could imagine, it made the people who tried to put a circle into a square peg look very foolish. And eventually, things came to light, and there's some. Could they keep painting it over and painting it over? Yeah, they could. But I'm different, and I really am that different. I'm saying for a fact that should I be diminished, tarnished, or defamed any further, or in any of those directions, those social implications and those, whether you believe in karma or not, I wouldn't underestimate it. I wouldn't, because for whatever reason, the universe has set my life to be that way, separate from the lineage before me, separate from my offspring. I was made different, and so now I go out and make an effort to be around the people that accept me and build on that, and try to do the right thing with it. And it's not about me, and that's the best piece of it is I did lose my family over choosing to do the right thing with it, with the way I'm made. But for me, I wouldn't do it any other way. Like, what would the point be? If you got a gift, and you forget about the people that want to take advantage of you. You forget about the people that that even want to help you with it. You're thankful for what they do, but what they do is what they're doing, and you pay attention to it whenever you connect, right, in those spaces. But for the most part, it's just focusing on making sure that you use the gift and put it out there, and realizing it's not about you. And and some of you watching might have a gift like that, and if you do, realize that the moment that you let go of the desire for it, making it about self-gain, and I'm serious about this, doesn't mean that I don't have those temptations. Of course I do. It doesn't mean that I'm not normal. I'm very average, very normal, and so yes, I on the daily be thinking about how do I leverage this, because I'm normal. Everybody does it. But that doesn't change that every moment, every opportunity I have, every little bit of strength that I gain internally to do the right thing with the gift, I do it. And that's my recommendation to you, is every time that little spark inside you says whatever that right thing is to do with your gift, it's not right and wrong based on someone else's viewpoint. It's a feeling you get inside you based on you, not based on someone's viewpoint of you, or you get my point. Trust your intuition, and then you'll come out. You might not come out on top, but you'll come out. I know for a fact that like 80% of you guys, let alone anybody that isn't watching right now, are extremely surprised that I'm still alive. Join the club. But like I said, that's what you do. You just say, okay, I'm supposed to be here. But the difference between someone such as myself or someone such as you, if you're choosing to, use your gift the right way, is remember there are also people like us who have that gift that believe themselves to be superior. And when I tell you those are the most dangerous people you're ever going to meet, if you ever meet somebody like you, but they see their gift as belonging to them, or they see themselves as more important, or they have a position, having a position of like power or something, it that's one thing. But to wholeheartedly see yourself as more valuable is where that person's mind is attached to an inferior mindset. So the person's not inferior, but they're behaving in such a way that is detrimental to all of us. So remain unselfish is my recommendation, or I shouldn't say unselfish, but remain selfless. You know, do your best to be selfish in a way that's healthy for you without having to detriment the people around you. And do your best with it, and also realize that whatever pressure comes with that, it is what it is. You can't you're always going to be that way. You just have to deal with what's been given to you. You gotta just be thankful for it, and do your best with it. Thanks, Diane. What's up, dude? I'm hanging out, and freaking here a little longer than expected. But I'm resting up my legs. They hurt way more than I expected. I'm in a lot of pain, but I'm resting up, getting some caffeine so it hurts less, and then I am going to get on my bike and go further north and ice. I don't know yet. I said I'm taking this day at a time right now. Like I said, I'm home, so it's like I'll ride around, and I have my vicinity, like I have my stomping grounds per se. I just don't really know what I'm doing in totality yet. I think I probably need a couple of weeks to like learn the grounds, like learn the areas and get more familiar. I think I need to start to ease into things, and once I'm a local, which probably take like 2-3 months, till that's the average, it's like 2-3 months till you're like local, and then I think it'll be a little bit easier for me to kind of figure out what to do or what I should be doing and where I should be, whatnot. Yeah, I would consider you a disgrace to have those clovers on there. Have a great day. He's lucky I don't do something about that. Love bike riding. Thank you. Me too. ID, thanks for the follow. Oh, yeah, like I said, I made a lot of friends in a lot of different walks of life. I had plenty of friends in the upper middle echelon. Then I made some friends in the middle echelon. Then I made some friends in the upper echelon. I come from the lower middle, and then I made some friends in the lower. So, I got friends everywhere. I'm not ashamed to say it. There's not a whole lot of people that can successfully take advantage of me and really get anything out of it. Could they take advantage of me? Yeah, but I mean, you must be dumb. Like, I'm not the guy. Like, there's so much more, and what I mean by that is there's so much more you get out of collaborating with me than trying to strong arm me. But some people literally don't have the ability to collaborate. Like, competition is all they know, and vice versa. There's some people that they don't know how to compete. And, sometimes you gotta figure out which is which. Ladybug, working on the broadcast. Dog, thanks for the follow. Nothing's wrong with my legs. I biked really, really, really far, so my legs are super sore. Yeah, I'm fine. How much did it cost? How much did what cost? Let me see what's going on with this guy. Anything. Okay. So we are all caught up, mostly. And all I really have left to do is hang out with you guys until like sundown, or close to, and then I will go get warmed up and hopefully stay warm throughout that. Because, man, guys, it gets cold here. Do not be fooled, okay? California is not Texas or Florida, not even close. It is a land all its own. The scenery is unlike anything that you will see anywhere else in the country. And the temperatures are slightly confusing because you think it's going to be super warm and then it's not. Which is fine if you're not, if you could deal with it. But yeah. Yeah, so like last night, I sat down on a bench. I was lucky enough to wake up with my bike still there. But there's, thankfully, like I said, there's not a lot of like homeless or anything. There's nothing really like weird going on. And I know people around here, but the thing is, since things have gotten a little bit bigger, it's like, you know, people get nervous because they're like, the people that I know are like not in the business. You know, they're not equipped for dealing with, you know, someone getting their phone number or having their address or taking pictures of them without their permission. So I don't know what to do because I'm not, you know. What do you do with fame but no money? What do you do with clout but no celebrity status? I don't know. So everybody knows my name, but it's not worth anything. So I don't know. It's monetizable. All I got to do is find someone who's not a wimp and who's not freaking terrified of everything, you know, and constantly paranoid, which does seem to be nationally, at least, a very commonplace thing nowadays, where like everybody is afraid of everything. So if I'll find a couple of people who have the courage somewhere to freaking pick up on what I do and, you know, drag me along with them for a minute, long enough for them to make something off of it. Like I said, I'm in the best place for it. It's cold at night, there's no doubt. Yeah, it's nice. I prefer it be cold at night. Just, I wasn't expecting it. You know, that was the only thing. I would have been a little more prepared. And like I said, the people that there are some people that live on the street, and some of them are cool enough to like some people be like, oh, don't be saying nothing. No. Some people deserve credit, all right, because some people actually are pretty decent. For example, like they definitely kind of saw me walking around in the situation that I'm in or riding around, and I went outside and someone had left a pair of shoes by my bicycle, and it was like I saw them go over by my bike, and I was watching them. I didn't know what they were doing. It was a street person. They left a pair of shoes for me. You know, like it was very obviously a street person, like not somebody living in a house or something. And they left me a pair of shoes out of their cart. Like, how cool is that? I didn't take them because, you know, I feel comfortable. But like, that's kind of awesome, you know? To be looking out for somebody like that. That's what I do. And to be around people that are doing that too. I'm home. Finally home. Now, as you guys know, I'm a little more stubborn on the receiving end. But nonetheless, that is me. Yeah, that was pretty cool. And then somebody else left me a jacket hanging over the bench. But like I said, I didn't take it because if I don't know who it's from or whatnot, I've learned that lesson. You know, because there was a time where somebody had left me a bicycle, and I picked it up. And then I guess they wanted it back. And like it was clear that they gave it to me. And then they wanted it back. And they didn't accuse me of stealing it or anything. But they were just like, I'm gonna go ahead and take this with me. I go, oh, okay. You know, they changed their mind because I had to move my life into a different space and it didn't fit their motives. Sorry. But anyway. Oh, wow. I don't want to ask about that, not here, because like I said, people would probably be too afraid. Like, it would probably freak people out to even be asking about that area. But I am curious, you know, when I'm in another place and I have like phone service, like more phone. I ran out of data, but I will. So I got another phone and I got phone service, but I have to get onto the unlimited plan. I couldn't afford it yet. But it is a step up, you know. I mean, I started out without a phone, and then I got one, and then I started being able to get like, you know, pay for stuff on the phone, and then I got another phone, and I got service, you know, continuing to move up. Now I finally have a bike after this. I know this is like total coincidence, but the last two people that stole my bike or the first person popped my tires, and then he got hit by a car walking into the parking lot. And then the other guy stole my bike and got hit by a state trooper on the bike he stole from me. Total coincidences. But this bike, I can finally leave places, and most people seem to be smart enough to not steal my bike. Because it seems like my bikes have bad juju for people that, I don't know. I sell my bike. Do you know anyone who wants to be a truck driver? I don't. Sorry. Send him hope when I can. That's nice of you. Sorry, that question was like totally left field. I did not mean to read that out loud, but I didn't realize. I'm bad. Riley, thanks for the follow. That is karma. I mean, some may say, can't prove it, but kind of sucks. You know, like my bike was mangled. It was a really nice bike. No, I stole my bike. That's something else that has changed. I have a big heart for people, but no, I actually don't feel bad at all that he died. He stole my bike, and I was in the middle of nowhere. I didn't feel bad for him at all, and my foot was broken, and the other one was like close to getting gangrene. So no, I don't care. I was suffering through stuff that wasn't even like my fault or my problem, and then turns around and does something to practically get me killed. So no, I don't feel bad that he died, because admittedly, if you, depending on the viewpoint you see it as, he may or may not have been making an effort to, you know, have me killed without having me killed. And his karma could speak to that, depending on how you look at life. So nonetheless, as I was saying, nope. I said no. Did I look into Verizon and the net broadcaster deal? No, I don't have an interest in any of that. I really don't. Before 2019, maybe? But things have evolved quite a bit further, and like that's totally like 5 steps back, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Joyce? How are you? Thanks for the follow. Like, even coming on here, I come on here for you guys, and also just because it's nostalgic. You know, it's like when I need that comfort, I come visit. Isn't it a... Okay. 420 to the broadcast. Let me plug this in. Let's see what these bad boys are done. Oh, no, they're not. They're turning red for it. Okay, let's just stop charging. Yeah, like I said, I did not expect to be here this long, and I would not recommend in an area like this staying this long. Just because, like, it's kind of weird. So sorry for being weird today. But thank you for, like, being cool and letting me do what I gotta do. Because it would have sucked if I had to ride out of here this afternoon. That would not have been fun. And I'll tell you what, I went to get something. Here's a little recommendation, okay? Because this has happened 3 times. A little recommendation to Panera. Get something on your menu that's food that's around $7. Because you have drinks that are around $7, but your food is like minimum $9. And every time I get a $50 gift card, I somehow always end up with $7 left over. And 3 different times I end up with $7 left over, and it's like $2 less than any type of food, other than like sides or snacks. So please, put something on your menu that's like $7 or like $7.50, like, you know, to match your hot chocolate. No, hot chocolate's like $5, but just to match some of those drinks, because it would have been nice to grab lunch instead of another coffee. I wanted to make sure I bought something if I was, you know, hanging around longer. but I spent that last $7 on a drink, and I didn't even end up being able to get lunch. And it would have been nice just to get a sandwich, but I didn't want to buy wasn't going to buy like 5 bags of chips or what, you know. But that's what they need. That's one thing Panera's missing is a $7.50 piece of food, some type of food. Maybe half of something. I don't know. They do halves of everything. Maybe half of a pizza or whatever. Maybe a slice of pizza for like $2.50. I don't know. But we need something. Thanks, Tokyo. Better be a really good drink. Well, I'm an honest man. I wasted $7. God's honest truth. Here's what I will tell you, and this is sound advice. Get the Sip Club. It's like $14 a month. You get unlimited drinks. You can get as many in a day as you want. And every one of the drinks on the Sip Club menu is delicious. And so I get it for free, normally like $5. And that coffee that I just spent like $7 on was trash. And their regular good old-fashioned hazelnut and dark roast coffees and these drinks that they have that cost like $5 a piece are delicious, absolutely delicious. They also, some of them have caffeine in them, and then the green tea is obviously good for like your cuticles and whatnot. But for I think it's $14 a month that you can get as many as you want, and then on top of it, they actually give you the first 2 months for free. So like literally, I would technically have spent, and this is only the drinks that I've registered in the app, you know, not to mention just regular refills I grab, which are also okay. You don't have to put every refill through the app. I bet you that I have had at least $100 worth of these drinks, and Panera's just doing it to keep up with the competition, and it's working for people that know about it. But I know I sound like a freaking commercial, but I would get it. Like, it's one of the only, like, I can't even believe that it's still a thing. You know, they've been running it for like 2 years, 3 years now, and I'm blown away that it's still a thing, and they still give away as much as they do. But totally worth it, like by far, totally worth it. Also, I found on their website, and this has become a wish list thing for when I get some Panera gift cards coming through. They have apparel. Like, Panera makes shirts and pants and swim trunks and swim shirts. And they're actually really cool. I was on their Instagram and found it. But very cool. They make like t-shirts and shorts and stuff. And it's kind of, and they actually, like, they have, like, I'm trying to get the shorts for broccoli cheddar. They literally have broccoli cheddar swim trunks, and they have grilled cheese t-shirts. That's the coolest. I think I'm a nerd for Panera. Panera and Starbucks are like my thing. They're like the two things that I still hold on to are like Panera and Starbucks. ID, thanks for the follow. What's up, Brittany? Diane goes, I have a Panera sweatshirt. Sweet. I feel like such a geek, you know, talking about apparel from Panera, but it's good stuff. It's actually some pretty cool patterns. I do not smoke weed and I do not drink alcohol. If I feel safe enough with somebody, like if I'm on a date or something, I'll have a drink or two, but like I really try to avoid alcohol. Like I said, post 2018, I don't know, like society, people just, I'm sorry, but there's no other way to say it. Most people are nuts. It's just not even worth the risk anymore. So for the most part, I really don't drink. The amount of alcohol that I consume went down tremendously, and I do not do drugs at all, not even slightly. Dan goes getting the Sip Club. Yeah, it's totally worth it. Like, it's one of those things that, like, you tell people about it, and they're like asking you questions because, like, their brain can't compute that you get that much for free. You know? So they're like, okay, so what's the catch? What's this? I'm like, just Google it. Just go Google it. You're going to be asking me 15 more questions. Just go Google it. It really is. They're actually, like, I don't know what they're getting out of it. I don't know. It must just be building business. But I can tell you, sure as hell is worth it. Nice. That's sweet. Here's the thing. I personally, okay, is Panera overpriced? If I was not able to get work done at a Panera like 12 to 14 hours a day, then yeah, it would be extremely overpriced. I do not understand how people come in, buy something, and leave. And like that's like on that basis, yes, I consider it to be disastrously overpriced. Other than the Sip Club, but being that I'm able to come in here, like I'm happy to spend 20, 30, $40 in a day, uh, because that's like that's like renting a freaking, what do you call it? Like renting an office space for a day, and also eating, like, and getting meals included. And so, are there some people around? Yes, but like, it's a restaurant. It kind of comes with the territory. And then on top of it, being able to keep stuff charged up and whatnot, like, it's a little workspace, and for me, it makes it extremely worth it. That is why I will not give up on Panera as long as I'm able to continue getting work done and whatnot. Um, you know, if I had to give up on a Panera, it would suck and it would be a very ugly breakup. But as of right now, it's kind of one of those things where, like, I'm hanging out in the office and she's on the couch watching TV, and she's not really wanting to be in the relationship anymore, but the perks are so nice she's never going to leave. And so, like, I'm fine with her doing whatever she's doing with the pool boy. You catch my drift? You know? So that's just how I'm living right now. And it is what it is, so it's cool. I would never be in a marriage like that, but it's Panera. It's not technically a marriage, it's just a business. So that's fine. But I will say, I don't know if you have had, they came out with a chicken sandwich, and it is delicious. The sandwich is $13. But I will say that, like, I could count on one hand the things that are worth getting on the Panera menu for the price. The chicken teriyaki salad, or is it salad or a hot bowl? The cheddar and broccoli soup, the mac and cheese, the chicken sandwich, which is brand new and absolutely delicious. Get the signature sauce with it. Get it on the side, and you can just dip it in there. And then, and also remember, you can get up to 5 sides on it, or 5 sides. Sorry. You can get 5 toppings on it. So, like, you can't do like extra for 5 different toppings, and the bun technically counts as a topping. But you can get 3 toppings, like extra, like extra tomato, extra spinach, whatever. As long as it doesn't show a price in the app, it's free. So you can get 3 toppings on there, and then get the signature sauce on the side. You got a nice hefty sandwich, and that's pretty much for any of those meals. But like I said, that's why I consider the chicken sandwich to be worth it comparatively. And then last but not least, if you are someone that's fine with carbs and all that, then the bread bowl, I would definitely do a cup of soup, because then you get the full portion, like, measured out, and then you do the bread bowl on the side, like I said, and then you can just pour it in at your own will. But totally worth it. The bread bowl is fire, absolutely delicious. So if we're done geeking out about Panera, I could go all day, which is pathetic, but oh well. I think it's saving money. Yo, if there's one thing marriage taught me, it is how to pick up every penny that I find and to save every penny that I get. That's one thing it taught me. Was one thing I learned from her was to save everything, and that is now what I do. It makes the way I do things go much more slowly, but I get far more out of it. Cletus, thanks for the share. Susan, thanks for the follow. And admittedly, I get a lot more respect from families, friends, and fans, and a lot less hate from haters, ironically, just for the way I do things now. I don't know why, but I figure being an adult, acting like an adult instead of just being one, it's helpful. What is a shame is where I could be using all these skills, more what's the word, in an integrated fashion. But it is what it is, Oh well. I got a vibration in my pocket. Now, who on earth could that be? People don't talk to me on a personal basis, so I don't know. I swear to you, I have... one person. I have one person that I talk to that doesn't want something from me. And he's literally my cousin. So, I don't know. You get to a certain point, everybody wants something. It's real hard to find people that aren't corruptible. Because everybody, I'll tell you a sad fact of life, and nobody wants to hear this. I never wanted to hear it, but it's a truth about society. Everybody has a price. And if you can't admit to yourself that you have a price, you're not being honest with yourself. Everybody has a price. Even I have a price. My recommendation is do your best to keep that price as high as humanly possible and to stick to your ethics. Don't sell out is my recommendation. And I didn't say wait till you get to the price and sell out. No, if you get to the price, raise the price. Stick to who you are. It's always worth it. Ooh, excuse me. Personal opinion. Some people do sell out and they're perfectly happy. I'm selling, but not selling out. If you catch my drift, I'm not outsourcing, but I'm not insourcing. I'm just kind of letting things go where they're going. But I digress. That's so creepy. Sorry. I'm not fixing it, trying to keep my money fresh. Oh, I hear you. Okay. Any Subway tips? Yes. Always keep on the lookout for coupon codes. Always. Because Subway, when I tell you, is never worth it. I mean, no matter what, when you go to Subway, you're wasting your money. So if you like Subway, if you like Subway that much, then feel free to waste your money. But make sure you waste it well. If you're prepared to pay $2.35 for a small soda, and then get a sandwich that's entirely, artificially fabricated, go for it. At that point, I would tell you that Panera sandwiches are not overpriced. If you were to choose between purchasing a Subway footlong and purchasing a Panera sandwich, your belly will be far less full of Panera, but you will actually get nutrition. Subway will taste good, but it's important to remember that Subway is fast food. So I love Subway. That's awesome. I love free Subway, but you're never going to see me shop at Subway and spend my own money. Never. I compare, to me, Subway is like the food of cigarettes. Like, I don't smoke. There's a very short time where I had to smoke, technically. We're not going to talk about that. But, I never bought smokes for myself. I wouldn't do it. I smoke them if somebody gave them to me. Then, during that time frame, I hate smoking. I hate cigarettes. And I can't stand the smell of smoke. It makes me sick. But I consider Subway in a similar fashion as far as food. It's like, if Subway's not free, I don't want it. And that's my take on Subway. I hate smoking too. Yeah, it's and I wish that I could have some more of a, at least an opinion about smoking that's like a little more, I don't know, inclusive, getting along with people, because a lot of people smoke, but I honestly, I wholeheartedly cannot stand it. I can't stand smoking. I can't. I really can't. Now drinking, uh, someone being a drunk, I can't stand that. Um, but somebody drinking socially or whatever is not a big deal to me. It's like totally normal. Um, but the smoking thing, and then if you, like I said, you want to know my stance on drugs. People are like weed. I'm like, look, it's a plant, it's natural. I get it. You're never going to change my opinion. It's a drug, and I don't do drugs, pharmaceutical or otherwise. I don't do drugs. If it alters my mindset and my body, like I like to be hyper acutely aware of everything going on in my body, even when it's painful. Very rarely do I even take a Tylenol. So I'm just the wrong guy on that topic, But once again, that's just that one's a personal stance. That one's more of between me and me. It's not like I said, if it was necessary, like if the pain got that bad, obviously you'd see me smoking a blunt. Like it's not a judgment thing. It's just I'm extremely stubborn. You got to remember, I was raised on a farm by a man who went to the hospital like 3 times in his life. Okay. So not being sick, like if you weren't hospitalized, you were going to school. And that's how it was growing up for me. I went to school if I wasn't in a hospital, literally, not figuratively. So that's the way I live to this day. And I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. It's just how I live. And sometimes people come at me with opinions or they have like assumptions about like that I have a stance on any of it. I'm like, I don't see those things as like a stance topic. I see it as you have your lifestyle. You have the way that you live. For me, that one is more of a subjective topic. Shane, thanks for the share. Any Starbucks tips? Chicken sandwich. $1 refills on any regular coffee. You're supposed to get extra points if you have a refillable cup. But after COVID, they have a policy where they can't refill your cup. Just make sure to get the points. You get Delta Sky Miles when you actually make purchases through the app and have your Delta Sky Miles hooked up to it. Also a place where if somebody's not buying it, I'm not. Like I won't spend my money at Starbucks. That's the truth. I'll buy it for gifts for people. I would buy their mugs. But as far as product, if it's not being paid for me, I wouldn't spend my money there. Honest question, honest answer. It's somewhere that I go, like I said, that if somebody else is spending the money, I'll go hang out, I'll get some work done. But it's not the most inclusive and comfortable environment. It's an extremely exclusive environment. And you really, you have to be, I'm literally going to you have to be high and tight. You literally have to be, perfect for them to not kick you out of a Starbucks if you hang out there too long. According to them, too long. And I mean, I'm so adamant about that I don't even care if what I'm saying screws me in any way. It doesn't matter. I'm past that point. And I would prefer to not even actually have to go back to one if I don't, if I have the choice and I'm kind of forced into a space where I have to figure out something else, I'm to a point where I would rather figure something else out and not mind being screwed on that level. Not even kidding. Panera is somewhere that, yes, I would spend my own money at a Panera, because the food is actually nutritious. It's not fast food. You can get real fresh vegetables and fruit. Their granola is actually really healthy. I don't remember the details on that, but as far as overpriced, like I said, it's only by technicality overpriced if you're not spending any time in house. You know, like, you got to realize Panera is a place that is made for you to come in and spend time. So, like, that's the ambiance is included in the price. So if you're not appreciating the ambiance, then that's on you. You are the one overcharging yourself. And I don't even have an alternate recommendation on where to go. If you didn't hang out in Panera, I would say instead find a way to integrate your day, because that's what I do. And I'm saying, like, it's an intelligent integration, better than renting an office space or doing it at home or at somebody's house. Because like I said, even if I had whatever opportunities, I'm still telling you what I would do either way is spend your time here, because that's what it's for. And then, yes, you end up spending more money here, but at least you're still getting healthy, nutritious food, and you're getting your work done. And also, because you're spending your money, you're more likely to actually get work done while you're hanging out and getting work done. You're not just like procrastinating, because you realize it's costing you cash. So it drives you to get more done, or at least it drives me to get more done. Panera, now let me check this. The granola is really good. Like, I would have to be possessed to purchase a $5 cup of yogurt anywhere. But I come here and I'm going to be honest with you, I would spend $7.50 on their yogurt. Like, if they had like a larger size or like a bowl or something, I know it sounds excessive. I would. Right out of my own pocket, I would buy it. So anyway, Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, I don't know if we should talk about that one. That's a rough one. I'm not gonna lie to you, I got such a deep personal relationship with Dunkin'. I don't think I want to share. I don't think I want you guys to know. I want to keep it to myself. If you guys want Dunkin' tips, then we could do it in Dunkin'. If I see some Dunkin' gift cards up in the inbox, I'll go hit Dunkin'. Or we hit some beans up in there, then sure. But until then, we're going to keep Dunkin' a secret, because Dunkin' is admittedly my guilty pleasure. But you want to hear more about Dunkin'? What do I need Dunkin'? I've fallen on the sword for a couple other brands for you right here in this broadcast. Dunkin' is not going to be one of them. So, and respectfully between Panera and Dunkin', I don't. Panera, if I have a choice when it comes to on a financial level, I will come to Panera for food and go to Dunkin' for coffee. Now, even the coffee here obviously is far more healthy. But if you got a sugar addiction, you know where to go. But definitely come here for food is my recommendation. And I would also recommend that if you're going to eat the food that they have here, now you're not going to see me follow my own example or my own, my own advice on this. But if you're going to get their food here, I would not even get coffee with it. I would eat it and let it digest. I would sooner get yourself like a hot chocolate or something. Just something that doesn't have caffeine in it, because the food's actually really nutritious and your body will absorb it better. But because that's the thing, is you're spending your money, so you want to get the best bang for your buck. You want to get your money's worth. Well, part of getting your money's worth is your body properly digesting what you're eating. So if you're going to get a meal, I recommend getting a non-caffeinated drink of any kind. I know it sounds like I'm being nitpicky, but I mean, I just walked across America, so like I think I know a thing or two about being fit. So just take my word for it. And I'm healthy when I need to be, and I do what I want. So sometimes, sometimes I'm unhealthy, sometimes I'm not. But now I'm home, so I have to start being responsible. Can't get away with it anymore. Have I ever a White Castle? Ooh, we're not going to talk about that. We are never going to talk about that. We're never, ever, ever going to talk about that. Maybe, okay, I'll tell you what. As a celebration, when I officially get verified across platforms, I will then share my experiences of White Castle. Until then, White Castle stays under wraps, or you have to hear rumors or see deepfake videos. And that's that. No, you're fine. It's okay. But I am like OCD mode, and I'm staring at my drink like not being what I want it to be. So I'm going to go throw out $3.50 worth of a drink that I didn't enjoy, and I'm going to fill it with what I like. Give me 2 seconds. Bless you. Oh, and one more word of advice when it comes to Sip Club. Never heard of White Castle? Are you kidding me? Well, there was a day not too long ago. A couple of years ago, I had never heard of White Castle. Okay. When it comes to Sip Club, you have to be patient and understanding when it comes to staff, because, like, some of the staff don't even know about Sip Club. And also, they get weird about it, because it's like, they're, depending on where you are, who you're dealing with, like, I hate to say it this way, but it really is an intelligence level thing, like a social collective of intelligence. Like where I'm at here, they get it. They know what it is. They know how it works. But if you're going to Panera and, God, I hate to be so statistical, but it really is this way. If the population is like 5 digits or less, they don't always understand that you are allowed to go fill your cup again. And like sometimes you literally have to get proof through a corporate email to make sure that you can just like show them and be like, hey, this is from your boss's boss's boss. Just explaining something that the last person that asked me didn't understand. That unlimited sip club means unlimited sip club. It doesn't mean that you just get a drink every time it populates in the app. It means unlimited drinks because that's what the policy says. Like I said, here I don't have that issue because, it's California. Like, there's not really anywhere in California that's not living in the present day, thankfully. But like, literally, be careful because you like. This is gonna sound nuts, but I've had the police call on me because they were trying to tell me, I'm like, no, I'm filling my cup. I'm gonna sit down and keep minding my business. And they tried to get me accused of theft. I'm like, I have a limited sip club. This is weird. What are you doing? And obviously, I didn't get charged or arrested, but like, yeah, a little weird. Just my point is, just remember that corporate policy always wins over some disgruntled employer or manager or even franchise owner saying, this is my business. No, it's not. Remind them, if they have to be reminded, that it's not their business. If it was, it wouldn't be a franchise. It would be, you would have started your own business. You know, your business belongs to the corporate entity at large. You're paying to use the name. And corporate policy always overarches a store's particular, for example, if a store says, well, today we're opening at 7, but their sign says 6, Google says 6, and, you know, they're telling you, well, now today we open at 7 because we say so. If you really wanted to make us think about it, you could. Now, normally I wouldn't, but I could say that if, let's say I'm living in my local neighborhood and I have my schedule and what I'm doing, and Panera's part of my day, you know, like literally part of my day, and I show up and they're not open, and I have my schedule to keep, and I don't, you know, I'm having to go somewhere else for breakfast for the day, I'm going to be upset. And if it happens more than once, you know, but the point is, when it comes to certain policies or this or that, they have to have it posted. For example, I went to this mall that is like 50 miles southeast of here, and I was going to do a live stream. Well, I went inside, and there was a sign on the wall that said, you know, things you're allowed to do, not skateboarding, rollerblading, blah, blah, blah. And then another thing was like, what do you call it? Like videotaping or whatnot. It was like, you know, it was actually posted that you weren't allowed to videotape. So what did I not do? Live stream, because it's technically videotaping. But if it is not posted and it's not in policy, then that is when something is up to the discretion of the franchisee. If the corporate, like if there is not corporate policy about what not to do, if there's corporate policy about what you are allowed to do, then obviously you're allowed to do it. But if there's not policy about what you're not allowed to do, and it's something that is within the bounds of the business, then you're allowed to do it. But if it's outside the bounds of the business, then it's up to the franchisee owner, you know, essentially, is what I'm saying. So, like, whether or not I'm allowed to live stream is up to, you know, it's really up to the person that owns the business, not up to an employee, not up to a manager. It's up to the franchise owner. And so remember that, like, even if now my recommendation though is, if you're going to live stream, if you're going to do your own thing, try to stay out of the way and try to be respectful, and try not to say too much about competitors' businesses or anything in your live streams. And if you're going to, you know, if you're going to be daring, do it when you're not making money. And as you start to get bigger, mind your own business more, you know, and start to, like, the further things get with what you're building, the more you want to keep your ducks in a row. Like, pretty soon you guys are literally going to see me snap too, and you're going to be like, what happened? Like, you're shaved and wearing a suit and following the rules like a church boy. I'd be like, what are you talking about? And you'll be like, remember this and this and this, and be showing all these videos, and be like, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. And we'll both know, you know, you and I will both know that I obviously made those videos, but I'm just going to be like, it's not wrong. I'm not breaking the rules by making these videos. I'm really not. But I'm going to have to step into a part of life where I have to behave. And I'm going to miss misbehaving and being allowed to misbehave. And I still will be allowed to misbehave, but I like having money in my pocket. And the more I misbehave, the more it costs me. So, you know, whereas before, the more I misbehaved, the more money I made, right? Not breaking the law, but just, you know, playing around and in ways where people appreciate it, you know. I'm not going to say, like I said, I'm learning. But it's fun, you know. But now things have changed since 2018, where the more you follow the rules, the more you get paid. And if you haven't noticed, I'm, you know. And yes, that may or may not be for reasons far extenuating anything I have or haven't done or accomplished or haven't accomplished. May or may not have given away far more than I probably should have. But I don't regret any of that. I really don't, because I don't think I would like myself in the position that I would be in right now had I not given what I had. I would be dissatisfied with where I was because I would have recognized the discrepancy in like my social standing, right? Like I am where I'm supposed to be in society based on my background without my accomplishments. And most of my accomplishments to this point in my life were due to people that were kind enough to help me, build myself up. And now that they've gotten their due, it's time for me to utilize the skills that do belong to me. Someone teaching you something doesn't mean that what you build with what they teach you belongs to them. Remember that. So I am going to now build with those skills my own thing, and it'll belong to me. And starting right here where I'm at in this social situation is entirely appropriate, and it's accurate. You guys know that I'm, kind of a stickler on that. And I know it might seem like I'm over the top about it, but one of the things I try to tell you guys, and some of you listen, is like when you stay accurate, then you're far more likely to maintain, like to build success. So like when you put a train on tracks, you don't just kind of hammer in the tracks. It's like, I'll mostly put it in there. No, you put it all the way in, and then the train stays on the track. Common sense. So I might be a stickler, but you're not going to see anything coming off the rails that I build. If you haven't noticed, everything that I have built, even though it's not mine anymore, it's doing pretty good. So I could at least put that on the resume. And it's not doing good because of somebody else. They don't even know what they're doing with it. Like I'm impressed that it's still on the tracks. But that speaks to my work, thankfully. Thankfully, the people that have what's been mine and what I built don't have they don't have the ability to screw it up. And they've tried to screw it up just to make it look like I didn't build it good. But it's pretty funny when you see somebody try to destroy something you built, and all it does is further prove how good of a job you did, because I can't break it. So, my point is, my son is going to be a wild animal, and I'm very excited and proud of him already. So this loser that is not supposed to be around him, he's going to put him in his place. It's my son. What else do you expect? I did it to my dad, didn't I? And he's gonna bless this kid with stuff that don't belong to him. I'm talking about my son blessing the child that's going to attempt to raise him. He's going to be raising that adult the same way that I raised a lot of the people that I was raised with. You teach each other lessons, but my son's going to teach him a lot of lessons, and he should consider himself blessed. And that's honestly what ended up making me be like, all right with it. Is where I'm like, he could live a little bit longer. The dude is just realizing like letting my ego be stroked a little bit, letting my pride be stroked a little bit, so that I'm a little more copacetic with the situation. Is realizing that it's good for him, and it's also going to be a more relational factor when he gets older. Because I could relate to a lot of that. I could relate to a lot of giving a whole lot away that belonged to me as a kid to people that didn't necessarily deserve it or earn it or what have you. It builds character to that indentured servitude type thing. It builds character. I was raised in foster care, and essentially my situation was indentured servitude. But I'm not complaining. It was amazing. And, nowadays everybody's like, oh my God. I mean, you can enjoy your laziness if you want, but I mean, the people that raised me and taught me turned me into an incredible human being. And I can't take the credit, because if you look at my lineage, at least my immediate lineage, they're trash. So everything I am today, I can't take credit for. They are the common denominator. That, and then the choices I've chosen to make, And then my hopes are that it's going to be the same with him, and then we'll have things to bond on, be able to work together, and then I'm going to teach him how to be the head of the spear. Make him nice and pointy. He'll be ready. It's going to be a good one. I'm thinking he might be the only one. They say lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. Well, I say love is the same way. Most people disagree. But I couldn't imagine ever falling in love again. So, I'm thinking he's going to be the only one. Because you're a good father. Thank you. That means more to me than you could possibly imagine. Thank you. I am given as much as humanly possible. The only way to give more would be to literally, it would be a situation that'd be killing me in my 30s, and that's not happening. And I wouldn't, because I'd also be sitting. You got to remember, there's sacrifice, and then there's the recognition that there's self-sacrifice for the people you love, and then there's also realizing that you're setting an example. And do you want to set an example for your child that you shouldn't take care of yourself? There's a balance, and there's always going to be people trying to leverage that against you. You power through it. Well, I see the Barbie movie. Looks kind of great. Well, considering that Margot Robbie is Barbie, probably. My goal, one of my personal goals, laugh at me if you have to, I want my first tattoo to be by Margot Robbie. I don't care what it is. Don't care. I don't care if I get a tattoo from Margot Robbie and she denies it through her teeth, and I say that Margot Robbie gave me a tattoo and nobody could ever prove it. I got a tattoo from Margot Robbie. That'd be sick. But that's why I want my first tattoo to be from Margot Robbie. Because that's one thing she's known for, is she likes to give tattoos. You like the Ice Spice song, which, you know what? Let me tell you something. I heard that song, and at first, I wasn't digging it, and I don't know how it grew on me so fast. For me, Ice Spice is an acquired taste. It's so weird, I don't know, I can't figure out, why I wouldn't like her, but I also can't figure out why I like her. It's honestly, I think it really is just her music. She's just, and her attitude in her music. It's actually, I'm not usually for that type, but I actually listen to it. That's it, it's a vibe. That's exactly what it is. I could not have said it better myself. How many kids in their ages? No, that's super private. Sorry. Not right now. Once I have my situation a little more developed, I'll be a little more, it's not a matter of me worried about my situation. I don't want to have to prove to people that I am, at the end of the day, the son of the good part of my father. People think that because I didn't, have certain parts of his background, they forget that I am still biologically his son. And I found out, I was wondering why there were so many freaking, criminals that were afraid of me, and I didn't understand why. And apparently my dad, at least in the underground world or whatever have you, built that much of a reputation for himself. Didn't even know. And I'm over here being Mr. Kumbaya, as you guys know me to be, and then wondering why people were afraid. And I'm like, no, I get along with people. I do my best not to, be causing problems or any of that. It's no, yeah, nah, it's super weird, yeah. Thank you, Diane, even for saying it that way. Gave children, that's right. I did. yeah, some people forget they're like, in today's society, they get confused and they're like, men aren't necessary, or like, it's the woman's child. Like, I hope you realize that the egg is an egg. Do you catch my drift? Like, do you get what I'm saying? So anyway, uh, yeah, like, when it comes to personal, I'm liberal. When it comes to professional, my blood could not be more red. When it comes to reality, you are not going to get anything but the truth from me. And for me, I am not willing to blow up the ego of women because it's destructive to their health. And I care about women. And yeah, as you can imagine, I get a lot of backlash for that piece of it from those who prefer their ego over manhood for whatever reasons. Thankfully, most of those just keep the distance from me. And we get along when we're around each other. They scare me, not gonna lie. But that's okay. I know how to deal with them. But I'm not going to be one of those cowardly men that just backs down and says, feel however you want all the time. If people told me that, I can't even imagine what kind of person I'd be. You guys keep me responsible. Both parents are equally responsible for life. Let me put it this way. There was a time where there's this friend that I had, and something she had told me about marriage. She goes, and this is marriage, parenthood, all of it. Marriage isn't always 50-50. Sometimes it's 75-25. Sometimes it's 60-40. Sometimes it's 0-100, as far as effort goes. But when it comes down to it, it's fluctuative, for most people. It's not always the same. For some people it is. Some people are blessed where they, you got your percentage. Some people it is 50-50. But the point is it's very particular. It's relationship per relationship. And that includes parenthood. It's like, it's also lifestyle. You have to realize, like, you got people who, they have stay-at-home parents. You got people who, homeschool their children. You got people who both parents come home at the end of the day, or both parents work. You also got situations where one parent works a lot and isn't always home. You also got situations where one of the parents or both the parents are always busy and the kid's off at boarding school, or one of the parents comes home every couple of years even. It happens. It's a thing. So there's a lot of different parenting styles. So I think it's important just to touch on that and realize that, we live in a day where everybody's trying to tell everybody else how they're supposed to live. I'll tell you how I live because you're asking. But I'm not going to tell you how to live, especially when it comes to your family. Like, if I'm sitting here and anybody ever had the audacity to have an opinion verbally or even implied about my marriage, my son, it costs you more than you could afford. God's honest truth. So I would never in my life be dumb enough to ever step in a situation about someone else's family. Unless I saw somebody literally going off a cliff, or I see that they're not going to be okay, like life or death, then I'd open my mouth or I'd do something, because I'd rather someone beat the heck out of me for keeping them alive, But other than that, you're never going to see me step into someone else's family, anybody's family, because you got to realize the family unit. It's most people. If you don't have a family, you don't understand how difficult it is to maintain a family. In today's society, especially, it takes up most of your energy. It really does. And I could sit here and say, like, my family's not totally together. It's not. And even with us all doing our best, because it's that tough to maintain your own life and keep your family together. But something we do in our family that at least keeps us cordial is where we don't fault each other, we don't guilt each other, we work through it, we do our best and mind our own and come together where we're able to come together. And we hold that sorrow for the spaces where things aren't working out. But we're privileged to even be able to be associated, to be able to have things working as best as they are. It's always important to remember that, you could work on things to make them better, but it could also be worse. So, it brings us full circle to accept yourself and be okay with things because you're doing your best. And if you weren't doing your best, you probably wouldn't have feelings about it. No, people ask me that kind of question a lot because I say what I want. No, I don't do drugs. Like my nose is stuffy. It is. What's up, Patricia? Thanks for following. Angie, thanks for following. You guys, you cannot imagine how shallow and pretentious I feel with my situation to be sitting here, and this ends up being the life I pursue. It's slightly embarrassing, as you can imagine, but at the same time, it's like, this is what I could do, and it will work out. I know it will. Just got to keep working on it, one day at a time. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta go to the bathroom. Diana, are you still in the broadcast? Or is there anybody that would be willing to be a moderator? Because I gotta run to the bathroom quick. I'm not gonna shut down the broadcast. I'm just gonna mute it. Alright. Well, let's give it a shot. Give you a chance to see how it goes. Thanks. Alright, I'll be right back. Sorry, I just wanted to check something. I'm surprised. I've just been dealing with some stuff for so long that it's finally all healing up, and I'm fine. Just got so used to there always being something. Now it's like miraculously, I get to California and I'm just healing up. It's amazing. Yeah, so like I said, as far as Instagram, I don't even know what the thing is. I don't know what my user is, but if you look me up, you probably find me. Kate, thanks for the follow. Dan goes, I don't care. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, that's awesome. I said, I'm not, like, what part of that, like, that's part of it. Like, I'll give you an example. I was looking at there was this white party. I don't know why it's literally called a white party. Like, they all dress in white. And there's a whole bunch of people there. And there was this one dude there, I'm not going to say any names, but he had his daughter at the party, right? And what do you call it? He had his daughter at the party. I'm going to unplug this because I think my phone's overheating. Are we caught up? Are we? No? Still lagging. Saving tips, I don't like drama. Yeah, I don't do drama. Go to this end. Alright, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I don't, what do you call it? And he had his daughter at the party, alright? Dude had his daughter at the party. Which everybody has their daughter at the party, right? Not a big deal. whole lot of people at their daughter's party. Except most of these other people, their daughters have Instagrams or whatever else. This guy, super private life, super private, right? Well, his personal life beyond himself. He's a public figure, he's a celebrity, but his kids and all that, he doesn't tell anybody anything about. She's at the party. She's in one picture. Totally, you don't even see her face, and all over the internet, people are like exposing all sorts of about this person's child, and you like. This is what I mean. It's like some people are like, "Oh my gosh, it's the biggest thing in the world." Dude, not a word about it. Because when you're secure in your own situation, you're not really worried. Like, I don't know what kind of lives some people live. But, like, I could not imagine living a life where, like, I'm private because it's extra, like it's a bonus, But I couldn't imagine living a life where people couldn't know personal stuff about me and me be safe or me be okay or like not have anything to earn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't imagine a life where I would have something to worry about if somebody knew something about me. I couldn't live like that. And that's why I never have, and I still don't, and I won't in the future. Like, I've had certain situations where I've been offered this or offered that, and there were certain stipulations, and I'm like, that doesn't jive with how I live, and they're like, how pretentious you. I'm like, I'm not being pretentious. I'm literally saying, like, this is something I'm very adamant about because it keeps my life possible. I keep that wiggle room is so important. And there's just certain things that once you give people power over that in your life, they literally have control of you. And if you're living a free life, how free is that life if there's certain pieces of your personal information that's, of some form of value that's affecting them? Do you get my point? Yeah, that doesn't affect me any. I don't even know. I said my stuff is my stuff. I don't get involved in other people's stuff. Are you on your way? You want to take your day off? Or you want to come? No. You want to come? Also, something else I'm seeing is that California, I am not going to have a hard time getting a side job. There's a lot of good businesses with a decent customer base and like even clientele, like people that are regular customers that are always looking for more help, which is awesome. Like, they're properly staffed, but they're the kind of people that are like, oh, you need a job? All right, come work for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're willing to throw you a shift, even if you just start out with a shift and prove yourself, which is really ironic because, like, you would think that a red state would be more that way, but literally California is like, they actually give you a chance, I've already just hanging out in a couple of places. I've had people ask me if I wanted to work for them. I wasn't exactly all the way home yet, so I couldn't take those jobs, but I'm hoping that trend continues. Under the table jobs you like? I would, just because of the amount of tension that is on my life. I don't have the ability to really get an under the table job. Sarah, thanks for the follow. Those 1099 jobs. You're a clever one. I like you. You're funny. You have a good sense of humor. I like that dry sarcasm. I like 1099s too. I'm a big fan of a 1099. Some people, I can't stand filling out a 1099. I'll tell you, control over your income sure is fun. You might not make it as much money, but have a control. I would rather have control of my time than control of my money if I had to choose. I could get more money. Money comes and goes. Time, once it's gone, it's gone. If it's something, it just takes time. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, definitely. Yeah, one thing you can't get back is time, and you like I've had people, and you'll have people if you live that kind of life where they'll think that you're like magic or something. They're like, how on earth did you do this or da 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 da? Because they're living in the box, you know. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like I'm doing that in a sense, and I'm gonna be doing that in a sense, right, in my own way. But you know, it's the same thing. But when you have the freedom to move about as you please and as you need to, you know, it really changes the game. It's far more. It's not nearly as cost effective, and it's far more intensive, energy intensive. So you end up a lot more tired. Like people think they're tired at 9 to 5s. You work for yourself, man. If you're not exhausted, you're probably not making money. You're usually super, super exhausted, like all the time. Like to the point where sometimes it can be difficult to even like you literally need people to remember stuff for you sometimes, work wise. Russell, thanks for the share. Like me, right now I barely see a dime, barely. But when I tell you that scraping by and be able to do things how I want is worth more than any other way things could be, most definitely. On my back, I like to be free. Yo, me too. Same. Yeah, and the worst is when you got people that are breathing down your back, and it's like they think it's normal for them to do it, and then you're literally just minding your own business, being skeezed out by them breathing down your back, and they think that's you breathing down their back when it's mostly just you letting them know that they're climbing on your back, and they think it's okay to climb on your back. And they think there's something wrong with you for telling them not to climb on your back. You know what I'm saying? So anyway. That one is ready. You just miss the drink and then it becomes ready. I cannot stand family giving you advice. Well, I'll tell you, I would love to sit here and say that you're right or you're wrong. I'd love to tell you it gets better with time or whatever. I'd love to tell you something. But the only thing I could do is share my experience, and that is that my family was entirely wrong about me, but they gave a lot of really good advice that I should have listened to far sooner. They're extremely psychotically controlling, but you will learn some of the most valuable things you possibly could from them when you're willing to listen. So it's kind of a catch-22. You know, you listen long enough to learn, but then you get out so they can't get control of you. Because they could. They're pretty intelligent, pretty crafty. But as far as family giving advice, like I said, I have to admit to you, that's more of a pride thing. You know, it's I can't. There was a day when I couldn't stand my family giving me advice, but it was my pride. You know, like I was letting my feelings get in the way of good advice. Right? I was letting the emotional attachment of who was giving me the advice stop me from getting the education, instead of focusing on what they were saying to me and making it about what I could learn. You know, and there's so much that I could have learned had I recognized that sooner and just doubled down and backed up emotionally and put more effort in logically and focused on the information they were providing and grew and created a better life for myself sooner while being on that track with them. I mean, it's okay. I'm building my life now, but that would be my number one recommendation to you, is if you have people in your life that don't have control over your life, but are trying to give you advice and you're just being hard-headed about it, shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. Because no matter the circumstance, no matter how much they annoy you, it's worth it. There are people who I can't stand. And with all the rage in my heart, I will sit there with my mouth shut, my ears open, and my finger to the pad. My pencil to the pad. Finger, phone to the keyboard. Because I want to learn. And so I do. I'm telling you, I have been raised and taught to have the most hatred, anger, and disdain towards the people that I'm currently learning the most from. You have to overpower any cognitive biases that have been built into you that aren't healthy for you. And sometimes the universe will make sure that you get your education from spaces that are uncomfortable for you so that you're learning more than one thing at once. My dad keeps talking about high yield savings. Well, that's awesome. Must be nice. Your dad keeps talking about high yield savings accounts. Well, that's very cool. I wish I had a dad that was talking about high yield savings accounts. I have had to pay somebody to talk to me about high yield savings accounts. It's not always the nicest thing. Sometimes you want that emotional connection. And once again, I could say it's as you get older thing. Some people are extremely personal about it. Like I said, sometimes life comes to a point where you recognize how important the growth is. And you focus on making sure your life gets forward. Like my wife, I don't judge her for the choices she's made. I don't judge her for where she's at. I don't judge her for leaving me behind. Admittedly, I'm proud of her. And I'm proud of her for getting where she needs to get to, to continue to adult, per se. It's not her fault or my fault that she was born and raised ahead of me. Now you're gonna see me pass her up pretty soon, and that part she's not fully aware of or in tune with her understanding. She probably would have done things a little bit differently, but she didn't start at zero. I did. So there's a whole half of life that she's not familiar with. But it'll be okay. One thing at a time. You can't always prepare for everything. But yeah, like I said, if you got people in your life that are those personal relationships, you're not always going to get them to be the people. You can't change people, so they're not going to be who you want them to be or the people you need. My recommendation is, I'll tell you what I did. Is I found those relationships in people that I wasn't related to. I found those emotional connections with people who were on that level with me. And then I received the education from the people who found the education they were offering me more important than our emotional connection. And does it hurt? Of course it hurts. To this day, no matter how old you get, you're always going to have that pain. You're always going to have that ache in your heart. No matter what, it's always going to be there. But the faster you can make the best of a difficult situation, the better your life's going to be. They keep telling me to invest money, how money comes and goes. No, I'll tell you what. One thing that I will be doing is, I will be investing money. You know, um, money comes and goes, whatever. Well, realize one way to spend money is by investing it. If you have to have that mindset, spend money, have fun with it. But like, if you have to change your mindset to be like investing money is spending money to feel better about it, then do that. But you like having money somewhere just in case is kind of a good idea. I didn't think so until I got married, and I was like, it's probably a good thing. Hindsight's 2020, and the most intelligent thing you could do as a human being is learn from the mistake of another. Most creatures on this planet, you could have 3 penguins jump into the water and get eaten by an orca, and the 4th one will jump right in and get eaten. Us human beings, you see the first one go, oh, where'd he go? Maybe I shouldn't. Then the second one, that's a little weird, right? 3rd one goes in, and the 4th one's already thinking, no, I'm good. The 4th one saves himself, and that's the difference between us and other creatures on the planet. Is we learn. We adapt far more quickly, at least on a psychological level. So my recommendation to you is adapt. Adapt as quickly as possible. Family will be family. My family does the same thing. Well, looks like you're bringing out the big guns, aren't you? That's alright. I got it. Things are way different this time around, thankfully. Alright. And last but not least is the only way you really make it is when you're willing to take on the whole thing. You can't just... There's no easy way down a difficult road. And that's me saying it to myself and saying it to you. Is whatever you wish for, whatever you ask for, whatever you're going for, be ready for the challenge and recognize that you might get what you're asking for, and it could end up being a lot more tough than you thought it was going to be. And I'll tell you, I'm born, bred, and built to be one of the toughest people anybody could ever meet. And it's borderline impossible for me, because we are all individuals, but at the end of the day, there is definitely strength in numbers. So anytime you think, wow, you're up to the task, remember that you will be properly challenged. And don't complain if you got more than one person challenging you at one time. Take it as a compliment. The more people that have to challenge you at once, the stronger you are. But take it as iron sharpens iron if you have to. And grow with the situation. And don't wait or expect people to have compassion on you. Have compassion on yourself. Forgive yourself first before anyone else gets a chance to. That's my recommendation. Because if you don't, and you sit waiting for someone else to, you might be waiting a long time. And your forgiveness is worth a lot more than theirs. Because what good is someone's forgiveness if you don't forgive yourself? And don't go expecting apologies, because some people might not realize they did you wrong. You give whatever apologies you could give in whatever ways you can give them, and you keep moving forward. And as I sit here, I'm hoping that every little bit of this is being recorded, as I know some of you do, and throwing it out there. And I'm hoping that one day, whether I'm around for it or not, that my son sees this. That's why I'm sitting here telling you all this. It's because you never know. And if I'd rather say it now. And it's not like preparing for, I'm not like, oh God, what's going to happen? Trust me, I'm not. I never got to meet my dad, not even once. So for me, I take every opportunity to make sure that I'm going to say something that hopefully one day he hears. And as you could imagine, for the fathers out there, you're going to sit there and tell me you care where it is or what it is? No, it don't matter. I cherish every moment. Not because you never know, but because you have it. When and while you have it, appreciate it. I haven't even met my son yet. Can't. Due to my own father and the reputation he built for himself. And I'm about on the tail end of working that out. But I'll tell you what, it sure takes a lot of forgiveness for me to be getting over him spending years, him costing me years that I should have had with my son and my wife. He's cost me 3.5 years with my wife so far. And he's already dead for over a decade. I forgive him. But as you can imagine, I'm slightly upset. I'm processing it as I go. And that's the other thing is, when you're on your track and you're doing what you got to do, don't slow down or stop for anything or anybody. You get done what you got to get done when you got to get it done. Then you can worry about feeling about it later when you have time to. Especially if you don't have your life the way you want it. If you can afford to, go for it. God knows I can't, because I choose not to. Life is too precious. It really is. For a better life for our children, absolutely. My father may have been trash, but I'll tell you, I ended up with a much better life than he had. And I can't sit here and say that he didn't have anything to do with it. The likelihood is he probably did. And as I sit here, I know for a fact that I have already secured and ensured that my son will always have a better life than I ever had. And why stop there? I was offered that retirement. Coolest, you wouldn't even believe. They're like, you did a good job. I'm like, I didn't do it for you. I don't want anything you're offering. It's my family. People thought I did it for made me laugh. It's family. I'm only getting started. Retire. I'm ready for round 3. You tell me you did a good job, you're done for a lifetime. I said, I'll take a 15-minute rest, and then we're going to go ahead and get back in there. Thank you. And yes, I'm entirely serious. Without a shred of exaggeration. Bill, thanks for sharing the live stream. Oh, and I will say, and sometimes you got to give yourself compliments as a reminder. Thank you for the compliment about being a father. One compliment I never got that I always deserved is that I was an incredible boyfriend and I was an incredible husband. I was. All things considered, in circumstances and situations that cannot seem to be comprehended by most who do not experience or go through those situations. You put me in a regular situation, see even better. But I was. And I would caution anyone questioning what I said right there. Not to judge, to correct, or to believe yourself to know better. because you may end up finding out all on your own. And I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I wouldn't wish that situation on anybody. I said we worked out our family's past problems, or whatever you want to call it, just in time to not get to enjoy it together. You know, what was ours. But sometimes it's just how life goes. And do I really believe that? Of course not. That's my way of saying is I did my best. And sometimes your best really isn't enough. And it's a hard fact of life. You know, is you can only do as good as you can do. And you could, I'll give you an example. When I had my Audi, God, that car was fast. I got beat by a beater truck. I got beat by a 50s F-150. Or something, 50s. It was like an old, I don't remember the actual year, but it was an old truck. Okay, it was an old Ford F-150. And I had my Audi. And we went down a stretch. We drag raced. And he won. He won in a beater. Because he knew how to shift better than I did. You know? And sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know? So, I mean, that's not the situation in reference to my marriage, but that was the situation in reference to us being together, you know, in such a fashion that was preferable for all parties, at least for now. You know, I have more learning to do, they have more learning to do, and it just wasn't time. No, I don't do any of that. Like I said, I mean, we're not even talking any of that. God, if I ever showed you guys, no, we're not doing it. I hope to God that dude does not save texts or anything, because you would not want to know the kinds of things that he said to me back in the day. Worse than, we're not even going to go there. It amazes me when people will come at me sideways after years, and they're like, because they think, I don't know, they think like real life has a statute of limitations. Like, all I could hope for them is that the kind of things that they said are not stored. Because I endure a lot from people, just to say the least. Crystal, thanks for the beans. By the way, can somebody not act like adults? I don't care. I don't care. Can one of you do me a favor and hit somebody up that runs a team on here? This is like my 4th account, and it keeps leveling. It keeps leveling up further, and I can't monetize. So please, if one of you guys could hit up somebody for getting me on a team, I need to get on a team so that I can make money on this platform. It's not a lot of money, but I figure why not? I mean, you guys are spending the money on here anyway. I might as well get some of it. But what keeps happening is it keeps leveling up past where I could. No, beans are good. Just find a recruiter for the teams on here, because they always hit me up at the most inconvenient times. No, I got it. Give me a second. Okay. Can you message me? I want to get your food. Well, I'll tell you what. You can get me a gift card. Now that I'm home, we are not doing any of the order to the store or anything like that, because that's I know you're not trying something. I'm not accusing you of trying something, but there's just a lot of weird people that I let some stuff slide, and I was willing to do things, secondhand, just because I could at that point, or like it was fine. But like now, I'm home, so I'm establishing that boundary of like, because it's a boundary. So if you want to send me a gift card, thank you. Um, you could do that. Just get a gift card, and then you can text me the codes to it or something. But I said I'm not doing the, here's where I'm at, order to it. Let's have a little. This is where he's at. We built out like I allowed things to go as far as they possibly. It's kind of like, okay, I don't know if you know anything about the Native Americans, but they had a very, very wise practice where, and something that we, for some reason, didn't adopt, because there's certain things we did adopt from them because we're intelligent. One thing we didn't do that was very smart, probably because of like an animal cruelty type thing, possibly, but what they used to do with the buffalo was run them off a cliff, and that's how they got their meat and their skins. Is they would get on the horses and get them running, get them going, get them near the cliff, and then they would obviously cut and turn, and the buffalo, not being able to turn, would go off the cliff, die at the bottom, and then they had the skins and the meat, and that was how they would harvest the buffalo, harvest per se the buffalo. That was their version of hunting for the buffalo. Well, my point is, when it comes to these haters and these bulls, on parade that frickin' run in my direction at full speed, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm just getting them to the cliff, and I'm making a turn. I'm Norwegian. We're essentially the white version of Native Americans. We are Native Americans before they became Native Americans, because Bering Strait and all that. We do similar, just with sea creatures. Point being, before we go into any of that, because that's not Panera conversation, that's like totally alt interesting type stuff that I used to talk about that I don't really geek out on anymore. But we got them, so I'm just gonna make that little turn. I said the thing with bulls, they once they see red, they know better. They got it. So just let them do whatever they're doing with their rage, and then you and I'll just cut to the left or to the right. You cut to the right, and I'll cut to the left, and then we'll get to the bottom and we'll harvest what belongs to us. Whatever's left over, whenever they're put away, we'll take care of it. It's a typical afternoon on the plains. And if you see anybody riding down the road on a bicycle that looks like they're riding a horse, it's probably me. And no, I'm not kidding. I'm having so much fun. And I'm pretty sure that we invented Shimano shifters for California. Like, I'm pretty sure California is the reason why we have bikes with shifting gears. I know it's not, but holy hills everywhere. It's so much fun. Okay, I'm done. Rant over. John, thanks for the follow. Get a message soon. Thanks for the beans. I guess we're not getting me on a team. I don't know. I don't really care. On the other account, I'm doing Call of Duty live streaming, and it seems to be semi-successful. You guys seem to enjoy it. I'm probably gonna end up doing that on like YouTube or something. But let's see. No, trust it. I oh my gosh, I gotta stay positive. Stay positive. As far as messages go, let me do this so I can see your message real quick. I don't even know what account I'm on right now, honestly. Oh no, I am on there. Okay. Okay.
I'm new. What's up? Nah, I pretty much just hang out with you guys. I was really hoping I was done with this piece of things. Well, at least I'm not gonna have to deal with anything long-term issue type stuff. And I'll figure out the rest of it sooner than later, I'm sure. What am I doing? I am hanging out. I'm saying way more than I'm comfortable with. Doing a lot of forgiving. Doing a lot of giving. And not doing nearly as much receiving as I probably should be doing. But I figure as long as I'm stubborn enough, eventually the people who are trying to give to me will make sure that I get introduced to the people that I want to be associating with that are in the line of work that I want to be in. And if I'm not that lucky, then I'm not, you know. But I mean, I've gone my whole life to get to this point, and for me, I don't care what anybody thinks. Some people are like, some people just don't appreciate it, you know. And for me, I mean, where I'm sitting right now, for me, I consider to be a miracle. I could never have considered myself to be more. I don't even know the word. I'm humbled. That's the word. I am humbled. Humbled by the possibility. That's because even as I live it now, it's so unbelievable to me to be here. I'm doing my best to accept the reward for my own accomplishments. You know. TJ, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm chilling. All right. Well, I go to the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back in 2 seconds. Oh, I thank you guys for being so awesome. I'm not kidding. How long have I been streaming? For a while. Call of Duty's on a different account. Yeah. My COD stuff is so messed up. I got it all over the place.
Because I got a tournament that I'm waiting for on the one. Um, I'm not organized yet, admittedly. I've always been so organized. But recently, as of late, I just like didn't care because like, traffic has gotten to a point where I just do whatever the hell I want. And you guys always find me. So I've been a little lazy. Don't like to admit it, but it's really behooved me on like a personal level. I've been able to like relax and like actually think for a second. Yeah, it's really nice. But I promise you, I am reorganizing. I am. But excuse me for just like enjoying myself for half a second. It's been wonderful to like breathe and actually like taste my food when I eat it. Like to have the brain power and the time and capacity to focus on the like when I eat, let alone anything else. Robin, thanks for the share. And thanks for the beans. We are at 2,000 hearts. Thanks. Understandable. I'm from America. Where are you from? How long do I have to wait before I say that I'm from California? Like how long? What's the time frame before I can say that I'm from California? Like who do we consult on this? Who's the round table? Who's the group of people that I ask? Welcome from Washington. So, like, if you ask, I mean, I could say, oh man, I'm not gonna miss that luck. It's easy to crack up when you're in the position. Easy to laugh about. It was not easy before, but now I'm like, this is funny. So you gotta learn to laugh at yourself. It's okay. If you can't do anything about it, you might as well laugh. So I don't even know what that is. It's like code or something. I don't remember what I was saying. Clearly wasn't important enough. Thanks, Flamingo. How are you? So how long does it take to become a host? I don't want to be a host. I'm not a host. I have to keep making accounts because once you pass a certain level, you can't become a host. But like I always miss these people will send me requests for like become a host. But it ends up like I'm not, no offense, but like I'll see their team and I'm like not into the team. But now I feel like if I make a fifth account, it's really gonna be pushing it. A fifth account with like $150 worth of beans on it, it's kind of pushing it. I don't want you guys to waste any more money, so I'll just pick a team and join it. I'm doing okay here, thank you. Good. I do remember you. I'm not just like, oh, hey, what's up? You need your own team. You're right. I'm in the right place. Well, close to. How do you know if the streamer's a host? I don't know. I honestly don't know. This is like a third-party platform. I don't know. Like I said, I come here to talk to people like on the down low, not like, like I come here to hang out with you guys without like floods of people. Not a follower. I'll tell you what. I'm both. That's the thing, As people say, well, you could be a father or no. I'm gonna give you one of the top 5 keys of leadership. God, you guys have to remember, I made my start with internet people. All right, with like internet marketers. It's such demeaning. connotation, but now they're respected. Back then they weren't. But I'll tell you, is one of the greatest words of advice I can give you as far as leadership. Every good leader is a good follower. Someone who is equipped to give orders is someone who is adept to receive orders and follow through with them. So, you say about being a leader. Well, a good leader is a good follower. So I have my own fellowship. I have my own, I have people that I listen to and that I trust, and my own way of life. And sometimes you don't always have to listen to people. It doesn't just mean that you have people that you follow, but sometimes it means that you have like a lifestyle that you follow, or certain life decisions you make or refuse to make, such as, I have certain ethics of mine that I refuse to give up. Like, there's certain controls over my personal life that I refuse to, sacrifice, no matter the offer. So if you have stuff like that, that's your lifestyle. That's part of your lifestyle. It's your choice of how you live. Okay, so I need to try something real quick. Give me 2 seconds. The broadcast may shut down. I've never tried this on this phone, on the Android yet, so give me 2 seconds. And if I cut out, make sure that you follow real quick. So if I cut out, that you can come back, and you don't have to search for me. So hit that follow button real quick. We got 3:17 in the broadcast, and then I will be back in God knows how long. Hopefully no longer than 5 minutes. Yeah, if I wasn't a follower, I wouldn't be following 30 people on Instagram. I still have people that I look up to, people that I'm interested in, things that I'm interested in. You know what I'm saying? You're always going to have something that you look either forward to, up to. Alright, in 2 seconds, I'm going to give this a shot. Sweet. Yes, I am on Threads. Yes, I am. See, I love Threads. Some people are like, oh, it can't be Twitter. I'm sorry, but Twitter's beat. Twitter's already beat. It's been beat since 2016. And now it's beat in a different way. Threads is going to take over. Just give it a little time. All that it's going to take is for the Reddit type community to find a way to congregate. I hate to use that word, but congregate on Threads, and you will see Twitter turn into a news platform. Twitter, as a personal communication, as a form of personal communication, with the release of Threads, is essentially dead. I would consider personal Twitter to be on life support. That's how I would treat it. If you are not professionally on Twitter, I would move to Threads as soon as possible if you have a following. Even if you're an influencer, since those two mesh. Anything you do with Twitter, I would keep it professional. And anything personal or, skims the line of personal with influencing, I would stick to Threads. They're putting the links right. Yeah, they're putting your link to Threads right in the Instagram bio. It's perfect, and you could literally have your Facebook right under it. It's all integrated. And I know for certain generations it's unpopular, but for generations that for my main audience, it's extremely popular. So it's perfect for me. It's not good for new exposure, but I already have my base. I'm not, I could just come here and spend time with you guys because that's what I prefer to do anyway. Than trying to double deal. Not really my style. What about Kick? Don't really know anything about Kick. I know very little about Kick. When I get a Chromebook, I'm going to give it a shot. Excuse me. I'm going to try it, but I don't really have much familiarity with it. Yeah, I'm just. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Kick is major for gaming. What happened to Twitch? Like, that's my question. Like, I figured since it belongs to Amazon, and they came out with that Luna, Amazon Luna, I thought it'd be popular. But apparently it's on major decline. For whatever reason. But yeah, I heard that Kick is pretty popular when it comes to gaming. Now, if YouTube would re-release, they had YouTube Gaming was its own separate entity, and they had their own app back in 2017, 2018. And it was perfect. We were being featured in the top worldwide, like for Call of Duty. And we were getting a boatload of traffic. And then they commoditized it, and then they integrated it right into just another tab on YouTube, and totally they killed off the entire algorithm, which blew my mind because of how effective it was. But I'm trying to figure out, how could we reverse engineer that, and actually, I want to invert the content I put out, Call of Duty wise, to make it accessible and marketed to people that watch personal content. But I haven't been able to figure that out yet, because the algorithm knows that it's gaming, at least on YouTube. But maybe if I do it on Kick and then try and cross cross-platform pollinate, multi-stream on Facebook and then share it over to YouTube, it might work. But that I will have to finagle. What's up, Cassie? How are you? And I'll tell you, it's something else that it's not even worth it. I'm honestly to the point where why am I explaining myself? I don't have any need to. I'm so far past that point, and this is me playing frickin' what was it? Lego Star Wars and making sure to get every blue brick. Going back to make sure I got every brick. There's no need. You win the game. Or really, no, either way, I'm the guy that goes back to get all the bricks. but I don't have to go back a third time second guessing myself whether or not I definitely got them. Like, it says you got all 40, you got all 40. You know what I'm saying? I'm decent. I'm glad you're doing good. Just appreciating life. I look a little tired. Oh my goodness, I couldn't even tell you. I'm fine though. No matter what my situation is, this is usually the amount of sleep I get. I knew they were fake. Oh my gosh. Sorry. But there's, I knew it. I knew it. Changes everything. Sorry. Not actually that big of a deal. It's kind of exaggerating slightly about what a big deal it is. Kind of thinking about gaming while I'm here with you guys. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm right here, obviously. Let me see if I can get a Facebook, because I probably shouldn't run two different accounts at the exact same time on here. Probably not a good idea. Anthony, thanks for sharing the live stream. But maybe I could get it up on Facebook, and we can do it that way. Because I know YouTube won't let me until we get to 1,000 subs. And it's a whole new account, so I don't think I have any on that one. But let me see if I could live stream from Facebook. Live stream. And, it doesn't look like Facebook has that option. Let's try this. Facebook Gaming. Let's see what it does. There used to be a Facebook Gaming app. Totally separate. I can't find it. Oh my gosh, I forgot about Live Me. Forgot that even existed. That was a place I was on there for a minute and it was going viral. And then I reprioritized. I could think of one more app that I could use. That might let me restream, or just let me stream over to it. Oh, what? Oh, I don't think I could get it on here. That might be Android only. No, I'm pretty sure it was on here. Maybe in the hall. Tell me it's gone. That would suck. I also, just a little heads up, gotta get me a toothbrush at some point. You can feel it. Really? Well, that's fine. Felonies aren't my problem, or any of my business. I tend to stay away from that kind of thing, as you can imagine. And anyone trying to like bring it into my space, no offense. Okay, so let us try Facebook. What are you guys doing? That question hasn't failed for a decade. Still ask it every day. Sweet. I'm in. I think this is going to work, actually. No freaking way. Okay. I think I got it. Yup, we're good. Now, you might hear an echo or something. I don't know for sure. But Call of Duty is a go. But it's going to be live on Facebook. You just got to find my profile. And that's, no offense, but that's something you're going to have to do. Because I'm not, like I said, I just don't worry about any of that anymore. We're past that. And that's something, if you guys want to look it up, you could. If you don't want to, it's your prerogative. It's up to you. But it's there. I want to play, and we're going to put it on Facebook so you can enjoy it too. And I'm going to head out here in a little while, and God knows, I'll see you guys in the morning, I suppose. And things will continue to improve, as you've noticed. The situation improves more every day. It's consistent, persistent effort, and all will be copacetic. As far as people that don't know better, they ain't never gonna know better. So just see those situations as speed bumps and let it happen. It's gonna happen either way. You might as well slow down for the speed bump. Okay, we're gonna give this a shot. California guy, thanks for the follow. Once again, I am now in LA, and I will be staying here permanently. Unless, there's some scum that has to be right and ends up being wrong by being right. I should be right here. Or vice versa. Some scum that, wants to be psychotically, sarcastically facetious. And I have to stay in such a fashion, if you catch my drift. I'll deal with any of that I have to, but not without legal retaliation. I don't play with any of that anymore. You will be the victim if you do not stand your ground legally. Just a heads up. And remember, someone that operates within the law is not the law. My point is, they have to pay the same bills that you do. So if they come at you inappropriately, they're usually the type of people that you can come at appropriately and win. Because people that come at you when they're not supposed to and you're not the person for it usually have skeletons in their closet that fall out quite easily when they're too busy with you. So minding one's own business is best, but when not possible, when you're bothered, to the degree where they force you to pay attention to them, we'll figure it out. Okay, so I can't figure out this streaming thing. I'm sorry. It's not going to work right now. What's up?
Can I have some glasses with some earphones on?
No, why?
I got
Somebody lose one? Yeah, no, I have... oh, wait. Are they green? 1 second, guys. Wait, is it green? Yeah, I thought I lost my headphones. I'll put them in a different pocket and use to put them. And anybody that tells you that when you reach a certain level that you don't have to take another... Oh, and if anybody wants to game with me, I'll give you my username and we can play. But I'm going to play while I talk to you guys. I mean, I say play, but like I said, competition starts in like 2 weeks. What was I saying? Anybody that tells you that certain fans are more important than others or not, or you reach a certain level and you should ignore certain fans, or I'm going to say it this way. Every droplet of water is necessary to fill a glass or to fill a pool or whatever have you, right? And if you want to float in the seas of life and, have fun with those who have that kind of fun, then you have to appreciate and have gratitude for every droplet. And you can see your fans as those droplets that help give you a chance to lay back and, float along and be able to relax a little here and there, or even just like I said, just to appreciate the water. But anyway. So do not, when people see me acknowledging certain people in the chat and get surprised, and they're like, what are you doing talking? You're wasting your time. I'm like, no, every single person counts. You block who you have to, because, some people are like water, some people are like arsenic. But you filter the water and you're fine. And you keep it in the glass or in the pool, whatever have you. My God. Are we still live or not? Because literally no one has said anything for like 5 minutes. And I'm going to shut down if we're not. Like, I'm just going to go stream the game if we're not here. Like, there's no point in just having a dead broadcast, you know what I'm saying? Kills the numbers. Like, I'm still here with you. I'm chatting with you guys. I'm not ignoring you. Alright, I'll see you guys now. Thanks for coming in. Don't forget to follow.